Six, what happened last session?
Last session, we reunited with Rev and resolved to travel across the desert to the crater. We dodged several encounters with the Phoenix along the way. We had many conversations with each other and discussed what our plans, both for the crater and for after the crater, what they would be. In particular, Six and Lyran had a really long talk about responsibility. After Rev and Lyran had a really long talk about responsibility, there was a lot of our group getting on the same page and getting ready to do a very difficult task. We also encountered a spooky undead tree in the desert, and some skittering close to our camp that was definitely not a giant scorpion.
And a vibrant song.
Oh, yeah. We ran into a survivor in the desert who was extremely exhausted, but we were able to rescue them, get them some food and supplies, and send them home. We also learned a little bit more about the crater in the process.
Does anyone have anything they'd like to add?
Wasn't the guy that we saw, did he say he was an explorer or something? He was with a group?
He was with a group of people who were mining aethersite from
Mm.
the crater, which is something that is on our minds.
Gotcha.
Specifically, a black powder that is like aethersite, but is not aethersite, if I
White.
remember correctly.
White powder.
White. Oh. Hmm.
I think it was just residue. I don't even know if it was like it's. I don't know.
I mean, that is correct. It's residue that's around the crater, not technically mining it. Everything you said is true. Anything else you'd like to add?
We're having a great time in this very terrible desert.
All right, I'm hearing 10 more sessions of this. Perfect.
You know what, guys? I changed my mind. I do want to go to the cove.
With that terrible joke that I am not going to take seriously, the morning comes. All of you feel, at the very least, relatively safe. You haven't done much combat in the past few days. The wind still hasn't moved. You definitely realize that, and it's unnerving. The sun beats down on you. You're about a day away from the crater. What would you like to do?
A day away from the crater. Would we expect to arrive like in the evening then?
It's very hard to tell in desert. You're either going to arrive tomorrow morning or in the evening.
Out of character, I think we should talk about a game plan.
How do you mean, a strategy for when we go in, or our strategy approaching the crater?
Both. I just think, I mean, of course, we'd also have this in character. I just think we should maybe talk a little bit about, yeah, exactly what exactly we're going to do.
Okay. Um, it's difficult because we don't know what we're going to encounter. But if it's like the others, there's going to be some sort of creature. Every Eidolon fight that we've had has been a creature. And usually that creature can create, summon, or use other weaker creatures as well. If it's a single large monster, Reverence and Navali, you two are the most devastating out of all of us. If there's a large group of enemies, Celastra and Leorin's ability to cast magic helps direct them where we want them to go, and it protects us from being overwhelmed. I kind of drift around, and Karito is great at taking shots at a priority target.
I can agree with all of that.
Rev, do you think before the fight we should, you know, the use our idola preemptively?
I suppose.
Would you feel better if one of us waited to use it, or?
Maybe if we staggered it, yeah. How do you want to do that? Do you want me to go first, or
Sure. I can use my resources elsewhere, and well, because we aren't sure if we're just going to fight one thing, right?
That's right. We've been tricked before, where we thought we were fighting a single creature and then it turned out to be two. Do you remember the Death Eidolon and having to fight the Antelope immediately afterwards?
I do. And then we have to deal with whatever comes out of that void thing, right?
It sounded like the Eidolon was holding them back. I've considered that we might come into a situation where there's already a battle and we have to get into the middle of it.
It could also be keeping things from even trying to come through. And the moment it's taken down, maybe when the floodgates open, so to speak.
That's true. Permilia,
Yes?
if the situation means that we have to be really aggressive, I'll trust you to take the charge with me.
I don't really know any other way to do this.
Karito,
Yes.
do you feel okay to fight without your Eidolon?
He smiles. I have been fighting for many years without one. I will do.
That's true. We don't know what we're going to face, and so when we go in, I want to keep my eyes open so that we aren't tricked. More than once we've had to fight someone who we thought was an enemy, but it wasn't. Four and Tushiyuki.
What do we know about what to expect in there? I've heard you all talk about. I wasn't there. Something from a bottle. What is what? What are we expecting?
Six looks to Karito for that one.
Character looks back. Just, I saw as much as you did.
There was a gem in some dragon bones. I wondered what if the dragon bones came to life and we had to fight that. I've seen what Celastra can do to undead. That might be, like, a good scenario. Do you remember that time that they were, like, trying to kill us and you were like, rah! And then they got super scared?
That could come in handy.
One more thing that I was thinking. If our enemy doesn't have any area of effect attacks, we can group as a team around Navali and be protected.
We won't know that until we get into the fray, but I think that would be a good idea.
One of the strengths of our team is adapting in the middle of things. If something happens that we're not expecting, I'm pretty sure we can move to counter it. I trust you.
Well, we'll need to. I wonder during the battle if that's the best time to be investigating the portal or whatever it is, or if we should wait until after. And I question if it's holding the forces of the abyss back. That certainly means that it can't close it itself. So I don't know if. Oh, I won't speculate. I don't know what that means.
Looking around at others to see whether or not they agree with this statement or not, Six says, I think that's your call, Leorin. You're the one who is the most knowledgeable in magic. So if there's an opportunity to study it and it would help us, then I think you should.
Celastra nods.
It makes sense to me.
Leo nods, like, appreciatively.
It was the
Oh.
same as with the tree. Like, do what you feel is right.
Well, I won't stray too far. If I recall, Vibrant Song said that it did not leave the crater, and that sort of suggesting that the edges would be safe, or the outside would be. So perhaps there's a way we could take a look just to familiarize ourselves without sort of charging right in. I don't know if we're expecting a cave or just sort of like a hole in the ground.
That makes sense. He said that it was only dangerous when they went inside.
I imagine we're doing this while it's like either walk and talk or over breakfast or something. But Leo's
assumed
considering
over
which
breakfast.
spells. Yeah, Leo's considering which spells to prepare.
Well, tell me when the party is ready to start marching for the day.
I suppose we should.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
One
get
more-
going. Oh,
Yeah. One more day of this.
I need 2 people to roll me a Constitution saving throw.
I volunteer.
I have a +1, so I'm gonna not volunteer.
Permelia also volunteers.
I'll allow it.
16 for 6. 18 for Perm.
The heat is exceptionally bad today, and for many of you, it is exhausting to even move forward. Both Permelia and Six take half of 17, which is 8. It's technically fire damage, but I don't think either of you resist it. Just through the sheer heat and exhaustion of the desert itself, it doesn't ache your muscles to the point of slowing you down too much, but it's painful. 6, you can feel the skin underneath your fur actually starting to burn, and anyone observing Vermilia can see little red marks appearing all over any parts of skin that is actually outward. It is not a pleasant walk, but at the very least, you don't feel as if anything's actually hounding you. As the sun starts to crest downward, you begin to see the dunes themselves shift and change to what is clearly something that starts going downward. It's still a bit of time before you reach there, but you start to realize this crater must be fairly large, as you start to see this likely almost a mile off before you actually arrive. And with the sun going down, you could push into the night a little bit, or you could rest before you actually arrive. Which would you like to do?
With the pace we're taking today, and obviously the slight strain character would suggest that maybe we ensure that we're at our best before we move on.
Right, fine with that.
That sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense. Should we do our? I don't recall if we've used any resources, but should we do the long rest? We do have plenty if we're not going to the cove.
Would we get anything back from it? I think, if I'm not mistaken, 6 and per mill, you have to spend hit dice, and that's it.
I mean, it could be really funny of just not bothering to spend hit dice.
Yeah, I mean, Leo's used a level 3 spell slot, but I could also just use Arcane Recovery to get that back. So
Actually, if there's an encounter in the night, completely fortifying the camp could be a good idea, because then we'll get all our shit back.
Sounds good to me.
Let's do it.
Yeah, if this is the final push, let's do it.
we do.
You set up for a long rest. Please give me a watch order.
Big 3.
Valiantly are watch 3.
I'm with you, Karuto.
All right,
Oh, dang it.
that's a perfectly fine watch order.
I guess I'm second watch.
Your second watch with reference.
Sounds good.
6 and Karuto. You know how this goes.
Take
Mhm.
advantage.
Thank you, 6. Opening my character sheet for the first time this session. And taking advantage. Boop.
Karuto, you look out into the distance, and as darkness falls over, you can't quite see where the sand dips anymore. It's too far away. You might have dark vision, but dark vision isn't as good as light. So you instead focus on your hearing. You don't hear anything. Well, that's not true. Every now and then you hear sand shifting. That's not wind. There's definitely something nearby. It doesn't sound large. And it's so sporadic. It's every 10, 20, 30 minutes. There's some kind of wildlife nearby, or something to that degree.
Karuto quietly comments about it to 6 and just sits there with his eyes closed, listening carefully.
To be clear, you know it's definitely smaller than any of the monsters you fought. This is not the size of a building. This is probably smaller than that, maybe the size of a person, maybe a bit smaller.
Still just sat there paying attention to it.
Are you prepared for tomorrow?
I I cannot say for certain. Fights against Idola have always been difficult.
She nods. I don't know what to expect. And you've already done a lot for me. All I ask is that tomorrow you do your best.
A slightly wry smile that accompanies that as he opens his eyes to regard 6 across the dome. When have I ever done otherwise?
I have nothing to worry about then.
The sentiment is mutual.
When you lived in the Vale, what did you do for fun?
Hmm. Fun wasn't something we often considered, at least not in the temple. Mostly it was training, working towards perfection.
Do you still feel that way now?
Well, I think if I felt the same after meeting you and no, I do not feel the same. Many things have changed since then.
Well, this time, it's going to be my turn to teach you something, Karito, because when we get out of this desert, I'm going to do something fun, and you have to come with me.
I have to.
Yeah. That's definitely like an order as your tactician 100%. It's
I see.
the superior tactical choice to go have fun.
Hmm. Hmm. I understand.
Very serious.
Extremely serious. Character cracks a smile.
She's quiet after that, maybe listening in on the wildlife too, unless Karito has more to say.
He is listening carefully.
Doesn't seem to do anything aggressive, at the very least. You can tell it's in the area, but nothing more. Should I bring us to watch number 2?
Sure.
Sure.
Slostra, reverence.
Hello.
Hello.
You know how this goes.
I have a plus. Okay.
Sorry.
Nope. All good.
Oh,
Oh, nice.
we see everything.
Totally do. Is there any conversations you'd like to have?
Um, don't think Celastra has much on her mind at the moment.
I think or Rev would probably be quiet for most of the watch, and then sort of toward the tail end of it, kind of look over at Celastra.
Does he like hold his gaze?
No, he just kind of looks over at her a couple times, and then he kind of screws up his face, like he's trying to either figure something out or figure out how to approach a topic, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And then he'll just go back out to watching the desert.
Is something up, Rev?
No,
Okay.
not really. I mean, it's not. We have very pressing things to concern ourselves with right now.
Yeah, there has been a lot going on. It's a little more stressful than usual, but if there's something you want to talk about, we have time.
I. How to say? Well, I've talked to Six and Navali a little bit, and I've been trying to figure something out. And I understand there's maybe a diverse answer to this, but what do you do at the beach?
Uh-huh. Well, you want to know what I do at the beach?
Sure.
Uh, I've always just played in the water. did a little swimming. Is that different from what most people do?
No, I think Navale said something similar.
Why did this come up?
I don't know. I've never really. It sounds like that's a commonplace thing, I guess.
Have you never been?
Been to the beach, sure.
What do you do at the beach?
Oh, I've gone on a walk, or sometimes I guess I've written a little bit, but beyond that, I guess I don't understand the draw. I mean, I suppose camaraderie is the point, right? So
I would think so. But, I mean, the beach doesn't have to be everyone's favorite thing. Might just be a fun way to spend some time together, like you said.
I've nods, but he looks pensive.
As you look pensive, both of you hear a dull thump, and you glance over and notice a rock fall off from the hut itself. Both of you track where that came from and notice that there is a humanoid figure, probably about 100 feet back, keeping its head down, that clearly seemed to just throw a rock at your dome.
Hmm. I'm guessing it's too dark to make out more of what it could look like.
Yeah, too dark and a little just slightly too far away, but definitely humanoid and definitely medium or smaller sized. And they look like they were trying to be hidden, but you rolled above 20, both of you.
What do you think that is, Rev?
And like, did we kind of see them kind of pull back after they tossed this thing? Like
It's
they were
less
trying to
they
hide
just
again?
it's less they pulled back and more that they seem to be crouched into the sand itself and tossed the rock, seemingly assuming that if anything, nothing would be able to see them afterwards and they wouldn't have to move.
I'm sure I don't know. Perhaps wanting someone to go check on that. Do you think should we wake everyone?
I suppose so. I don't know why it would throw a rock at us. Maybe it wants our attention rather than to inflict harm?
Or to bait this out?
Perhaps. I think we should wake the others.
Rep will do that. He's not gonna take any chances.
You're all woken up.
Hmm.
There's somebody out there. They threw a rock at the dome.
They threw a rock?
Seems like it.
Scarn, out of character, you said 100 feet away, right?
About, yeah.
Okay.
It's a pretty good throw. Leo's rubbing his eyes and says, Vibrant Song said, spell and rain, quill in the grass to other companions, but also that the crater is just I mean, it's a place that people come to collect this residue, so maybe just another industry person.
Should we talk with them?
Rev will look at 6. How should we approach this?
I'm going to put my mask and my mantle on. They might see us as competition. I think that we should find out what they want.
Then we should get our armor on.
Well,
That's good. Okay.
I can help you there.
You wait the full 10 minutes for the people wearing heavy armor to put heavy armor on.
What does the figure do in the meantime?
Once pointed out, they seem to be laying in the sand, simply watching.
Should we send an envoy and I keep the dome up as a safety point?
If we can get close enough, I can try to see if they're I can try to see if they're either dead or not, but I have to be closer.
I want to go talk to them with Navali.
I will go with you then.
You're the biggest and the strongest, so that if I say you're my slave, they'll be like, whoa.
So what you're saying is I need to flex my muscles a little.
Mm-hmm.
I think I can do that. Good. Anybody else want to come with us?
I will keep an eye on you.
All right. Then it is your lead, Six.
She nods and, with the mask and the mane on, exits the dome to walk toward the figure in the sand. She makes a show of walking with her hands empty and away from her hips so that she couldn't possibly be hiding anything.
As you leave the dome, you see the figure start to move immediately and try to get away. Clearly attempting to leave, and them simply slip on the sand and fall face first.
I continue walking toward them.
As you walk towards them, they seem to be recovering, and you get close enough, once you get within 60 feet, that you can tell they're furred like a tabaxi, though you can very quickly notice that their clothing is not actually that unusual for Rasahari from what you've seen, Six, though definitely the type that you would always call, well, your father would always call the crazy ones, who are wearing lots of bones to the point that her outfit is mostly, from what you can gather, bones of either lions or screaming antelopes fashioned together to be a sort of vest. And they look at you as you approach further with the look of someone who just got caught when they were trying to do something different. It's dark, so I won't give more detail than that. You don't see color.
Who are you, and why are you spying on me?
I, I'm not spying. I was checking to see who's approaching. You don't see weird things slightly off. Points at the dome. Needed to know who's coming.
Come closer. My slave and I mean you no harm.
Roll persuasion. Six, almost immediately, they get back to their feet and try to run from you.
Successfully this time, I'm assuming.
Yes, like they're running across the sand and just immediately sprinting where you can quickly do the math and towards the crater.
We're here to investigate the crater.
They do not stop.
Beneath her mask, Six rolls her eyes. The crazy ones are, what, people who live out in the desert and wear animal bones, and how would they have been described to me?
That's all they've been described to you. The crazy ones.
Oh, they're crazy.
You think your father gave you more details?
No, probably not. Okay, I'm going to do some deductive reasoning. Snow said these people are crazy ones, which means they're probably just completely normal and not a threat to us.
Uh, hmm.
Yeah, I think he has this thing against people that are just outliving their lives.
It does sound like it. Do you think he won't be an issue?
Nah. Seems scared.
Well, if scared means he'll leave our area alone, then I think that's good enough.
Hey, that's what being scary is about, getting people to leave you the fuck alone.
You know, sometimes it doesn't always work, but it's nice when it does work. Should we head back?
Yeah, thanks for coming out. I want to go back to bed.
Same, I have to be up and watch in the next, couple of hours. I'd like to get some more sleep.
About 10 minutes.
Well, I might as well stay up for the next 10 minutes.
You got this.
I will keep a watchful eye. If he comes back, I'll flex my muscles.
I'm sure you will, Navali.
You return to the dome. Is there anything people would like to say before you simply try to resume watches?
What was out there?
A person trying to figure out who was in the area. They were startled by the dome.
They're from the area?
I think so. They had a bunch of animal bones, like monster animal bones.
Like, they've killed these monsters and are wearing their bones, like you're doing?
Or scavenged them.
Skarn, does any of that track with like City of Winds, Pale Moon research?
No.
I wonder if they're trying to get to the dragon bones. I don't know.
I don't know, and also I'm tired. Anyway, they seemed really afraid of us, so maybe they won't fuck with us.
Well, I think it's about time we switch watches anyway.
Good night.
Very well. You may have it. Assuming we're moving to third watch, you
Yep.
can have
The
advantage.
third watch, Navali and Leo.
All right.
I tend to imagine Leo's taking this last night, kind of calm before the storm. Probably is wearing some amount of nerves as he's just sharpening his sword, but probably would just sort of. This is also the first time he's seen Perm talking to herself, and says, I'm assuming she's talking with Sylph, but
Mm-hmm.
like
Absolutely.
leans over to Navali and's like, how is she able to get a good night's rest?
You know, I don't really know.
Do
I
they-
was a little worried at first, but
No, they
At
keep
least-
saying beach, but we're not going to a beach. It's going to be fine. We can go afterwards.
oh yeah. Did you hear about that, Leo? About us maybe taking a day to the beach?
I don't think I have.
What do you think of it?
Leo looks down at the sand.
I not this kind of sand.
Yes. I mean, anywhere's better than here. Seriously? Sorry, go ahead.
I agree. I think well, it'll be nice to experience different sand and a lot of water.
Is Rosaline going to be invited? Kind of says within earshot of Perm.
I don't know if that was brought up. I did mention that we should see if VD would like to join us.
My
Maybe
sister hears
invite-
she is going to invite herself.
But you know, I think I've only known her a day, and that sounds about right.
Will that count, you think?
Count as what?
Do you bring dinner to a beach?
I guess I could.
Oh, you mean the date?
Oh God.
Navali laughs.
What have I signed up for, Permelia?
I have no idea.
What am I supposed to do and why?
She looks at Navali. Well,
Uh,
you go to town, you get food that's delicious, and you talk to each other.
Yes, that's I mean, the important thing is really just getting to spend some time with the person that you're seeing. I mean, with Perm, it doesn't really matter where we go. I just like being with her.
I don't think he's gonna enjoy it, is the problem.
Yeah, and I don't want to sound like I'm making a judgment over her. I've barely met her, but you know, like, am I wrong to assume that she's playing games and that I've like this isn't like how the joy, the only person who's going to be getting joy out of it, I assume, is her, just sort of tormenting me.
I I couldn't tell you. I know I I'm going to be honest with you. I never followed her on any of her dates.
Did she go on a lot of them?
Well, she wouldn't call them that because she'd get in trouble, but she enjoyed going out.
Well, I hope we can. I hope she can be herself more freely once all is said and done. But I guess I am not keen to be courted, I suppose. Especially as a joke.
Well, at the very least, it is only just one date. Although if she likes you, she might get you to try to go on more. But it doesn't sound like you're interested in that.
I would be surprised if I mean, I haven't really dated before, so I don't really know what to expect from myself. Leo's kind of like inside, wants to like sort of inside perm to be like, what would you think if I dated your sister? My thing is not working. This is +0.
So the hardest part about her face right now is you can tell that she's constantly also thinking about something completely different at the same time. But minimum, this conversation is clearly making her uncomfortable in the sense of she's not sure how to respond to you. Not that she thinks that you're offending anyone.
Well, I guess I'll figure it out, but thanks.
If you want my advice, if she doesn't mind foods that don't have meat in them, the bunnery is a great choice.
Sure. Everything good, Perm?
Now the voice you're asking about my sister, so I'll be okay.
The voices sound like they like to switch up conversations a lot with you.
There's like 5 of them, and I don't think they're on the same page.
I'm sorry you have to deal with that, Perm.
Remind me, are the out of character? Remind me. The butterflies are talking to her, but they are not flying around.
Nope,
Or are
you don't see any visual of them.
okay? Hmm. I wonder if you said there was some kind of internal timer. You expect them to disappear?
12 more days.
Is there a way to channel the energy that your sword absorbed, maybe, and use them in tomorrow's fight? Maybe they'll exhaust themselves.
They're actually pretty good about when I need to focus on fighting about leaving me alone. I don't think they want me to die.
Leo gives Navali the "I've got nothing" look.
Well, at least that means they like you, I think.
um, I suppose I will look forward to this speech, although I would like to also try to make a little bit of side money and see if we can get some of that incense for any sort of stories we want to hear, as we talked about the last time we had watched together. Either about the five or about your mother, so um,
Yes, I have been thinking about that a lot, and I think that's a good idea. Earning a little bit of side money to try to see if we can figure some things out. I just think maybe having at least one day off.
oh, definitely. Out of character, that's all I really had to bring up, though.
Thumbs up.
Small talk.
Navali, you don't see anything in the middle of the night.
Okay.
Probably because you're busy being distracted by conversations.
Yeah.
But morning comes and you successfully long rest. Nothing seemed to have physically harmed anyone.
Oh boy, I feel so long rested. I'm rested in a long way.
I have so many resources, all of them, in fact.
Out of character, preparing for it. I just want to make sure about the like Celestro's like bonus point AC for me. If anybody else wants it or something like that.
DM would like to remind you if you put it on a weapon that will break through magic resist hit normally if they have physical resistance.
I would like to suggest out of character blessing Karuto's weapon.
Can you bless a magic weapon?
Yes.
Damn.
Forge Cleric is amazing.
Damn.
Karuto is our only DPS that doesn't have a way to break magic resistance.
Yeah, I'm down to do that.
Yeah.
All right. I have taken off the 1 AC on the armor.
Karuto, your bow is now temporarily a +1 weapon.
Very nice.
So are we just like eating breakfast right now?
I assume you're getting up. Celostra's putting on her heavy armor. Eating breakfast, all of that fun stuff. Yes. Preparing your spells.
I can wait if there's anybody else that wants to have a conversation before this, but I would like Navali to pull Perm away for a moment. Is
Sure.
there anybody else that wants a conversation or anything?
Nope.
Okay. I'd say that Maybe as we're all finishing up breakfast, Navali would kind of like uh get Perm's attention. Perm, do you think I could talk to you for a moment
Right.
over
And
there?
she just calmly excuses herself and walks about 60 feet away from everybody else with you.
Navali follows. She just kind of puts a hand on Perm's shoulder. I apologize if this seems out of the blue, but I just wanted to speak with you for a moment because we're going to be going into what I think is going to be a tough fight. And I just want to say that I love you.
She immediately jumps up to kiss you.
She will kiss her back. And that I'm looking forward to going home and having a very, very nice couple of dates with you.
Oh, good, you said it. I was going to say when we get back, before we go to the beach, we're not leaving the inn for at least a day.
At least. I agree. It sounds very nice. I'm looking forward to it. Promise me. We're both going to get out of this, and so is everybody else. Do not promise. It's going to happen.
She stares at you for a bit. I'd like you to roll persuasion. Molly, I am very good about making sure that I'm not going to die. I need you to promise me you're the one who is going to sacrifice yourself. Promise me you won't do that.
Harm.
Promise.
She has a very conflicted look on her face. It means keeping you alive. I'm going to do whatever I have to. But I promise you, I will do my best to get out of it.
She closes her eyes and takes a deep breath. That's my promise back to you then.
Navali smiles at that, and she will give Perm another kiss. All right. Okay. I need it.
Me
Shall we-
too. 1 second. She gives you another kiss before you head back.
Navali laughs and follows.
Anything else you would like to do before you head to the crater?
Right when we're about to go, I want to gather everybody.
That's not hard.
I just want to make sure no one else has anything to say first.
Expectant look.
Okay, everyone. There's something I want to say before we go to the crater, so listen up. Ever since my mom died, 10 years ago, I feel like I've been asleep and like I've been dreaming. And now out here with you guys in this horrible desert filled with monsters, I feel for the first time like I have woken up. And there's a whole lot of things in the world that I don't understand. But what I understand now is what my way forward is. It's clear to me when it's never been clear before. I asked all of you to come with me on this very dangerous mission, and you all agreed. And you've all risked your lives for me and for each other because I asked you to. And I don't really have any way of paying that back to you. But we've faced and overcome every single challenge put in front of us. We slew those 3 lions when Rev was gone. We have rescued people who could not save themselves, even people who had nothing that they could possibly give us. We passed the test of the spirit of the desert, and it left us alone. And we saved and we purified Sophia. And now she believes that we can do this. Willow told me that I should be selfish, and so I am going to selfishly ask all of you to risk your lives for me on one last push to this crater. Because the entire time we've been walking, I've had all these ideas about what might be inside, or how whatever happened, and what Estelle and Snow and my place in the whole thing is. And I've had ideas about what I would say to my mom if she's there, or what'll happen if we break the seal. But none of those will be anything more than just an idea if I don't go down there and see it for myself. So, I'm ready to find out what happens next. And if you are too, then step up with me and let's go.
Celastra steps forward.
So does Navali.
So does Rev.
Not even a moment of hesitation.
You were willing to help me. Of course I'm going to help you.
Leo does not linger, but I tend to imagine for cinema quality that there's sort of that moment where Six and Leo catch a gaze and Leo nods before stepping forward.
I'd like to proc inspiring speech, if you would consider that counting, Skern, on myself and the first 5 people to step forward.
Sure. Enjoy your temp HP.
You have 11 temporary health.
Jeez.
Nice.
I'm assuming Leo's number 6.
Correct.
That's fine.
Six sort of cracks an odd smile. She's happy. Let's fucking go.
And we do. It's gone.
And you go. And you walk about 30 more minutes until you get closer to what appears to be a dip in the sand. You notice the coloration change from the orangish reds that you're used to into a dull ashen gray. To your sides, you notice around this dip is a very faint, almost white sand that seems to be scattered about. And as you look carefully, you also notice there appears to be almost canvas and actual plant life about 100 feet to your west, still at the edge of the crater.
Like a little
Like a
tent
hut.
city, or okay.
It's not a city. It just looks like a single tent, basically, but one that seems to have actual plant life growing around it.
That's conspicuous.
How deep, or can we see how deep the crater goes?
When you look into the crater itself, there's two things that you notice immediately. Well, you notice the dip downward. You know it seems to go 100, maybe 200 feet deep. But the thing that makes you the most, oh no, about how big it is you can't see the other side of it.
God damn.
That said, I'm assuming, Navali, you're also asking, do you look down and see the bottom?
Yes.
You do. It seems to be an ashen gray. They don't see anything actually inside it.
Should we sort of like indicating to the tent, see if anybody's home or maybe knows something? Or should we just go?
Well, after being sort of stunned by the incredible size of this landmass, character sort of snaps back and starts very closely analyzing the landscape, mainly to see if there's anyone nearby hiding.
Investigation or perception, up to you.
Yeah, exactly the same rolls.
You look carefully about. You notice there's a couple of very strange things. And you decide to do a little bit of a test. And you find a stone and you toss it into the crater. And notice that before it even touches the ground, it seems to vanish from your sight. There's something very strange that's going on that seems to be blanketing the actual ground of the crater, like some kind of mass illusion. Additionally, you do notice that the ground near that tent is disturbed. There's someone definitely inside there. And you carefully pin your ears and can hear some breathing from within. One of them's awake, one of them isn't. There's two people in there. You don't see anyone hiding or planning to ambush you, though.
The area appears to be clear, but he turns to Lauren. There's an illusion of some sorts.
Um, Leo looks into the illusion in the attempt to see past it, knowing that some illusions you can do that.
Seems too strong for that. It looks like normal terrain.
Hmm.
You'd have to have some kind of a magical effect to see through it.
Fortunately, there's not much to be done other than to look down for ourselves at what's beyond.
Character nods and draws his sword to start using it to probe the ground before him carefully.
The ground itself seems to be able to push your sword down without any issues. Though you get the feeling if you start heading down, you'll be able to find out exactly when the edge happens. Do you do that?
Mhm.
I need a strength saving throw.
Oh Lord.
It begins.
Okay, Karuto, I'm gonna make a hard decision for you.
Hmm.
Either you're going in or your sword's going in without you. Please decide before I describe what happens.
The sword.
You watch as Karuto starts carefully probing in, sliding a bit down, walking carefully. His sword out like a cane, constantly testing the ground. And then, paying attention, you notice it seems to fade into sand a bit deeper than it should, and in Karuto's mind, it didn't even cut anything. And suddenly it gets stuck in something, and with a sudden force of power, you feel your sword immediately get grabbed and yanked from your hands directly into whatever's beneath it.
Cat just sort of stands there for a moment in shock. Huh.
Did we observe like
It
tendrils
looked
of
like the
energy grabbing?
sand
Okay.
ate his sword. Doesn't look like you saw anything come out of it.
Well, would
Well,
anyone else like to sacrifice a weapon?
no, but uh, and Leo hands you his gladius, just functionally a short sword.
That I was not being wholly serious, Leon. I don't think it will
No,
help.
but if you need it, please don't throw this in. I'm giving you this as a weapon to use.
Oh, I see.
I uh, give me 10 minutes. Leo's going to start ritual casting detect magic just to see if there's anything else to be learned beyond lots of illusion in the air.
You do sense that there is just a very thick layer of an illusion just at the surface of this crater. Uh, you only sense illusion magic. That being said, that's only within 60 feet, and you could wander and check the hut as well if you want, but that's a bit further off.
Leo will offer that and just say, well, we know that's pointing down to where Karto's sword got pulled. Says that's one entrance. If we circle around, I might be able to detect something new. If there's perhaps a way in that doesn't require jumping.
Asher shrugs and gestures. By all means, lead the way.
Are we interested in this tent?
Yes.
I suppose I'll. I suppose I'll lead us in that direction first, then.
I'll stick close behind Liarin in case any Rasahari come out and are like, "What are you doing here?"
Sorry, just looking up exactly what effects would be there. As you get closer to around where the tent is, you notice that the plant life seems to be humming with a faint conjuration magic all about it. You notice grass, some herbs. They seem to be magically growing in areas where that should be impossible. You you've never been rained on here. There should be no water to allow any of this to happen. But it's happening. The tent itself, you don't see any magic actually around it. It's just the plant life nearby.
Before we're within stage whispering to Six, in case they're listening in, Leo will say, is there magical agriculture in the desert? People who do that?
Druids.
Leo sort of like indicates his head towards the tent and says, guessing that's who's inside.
If it is, they're very powerful. We should respect what they have to say.
Leo steps behind Six as if he's said all he needs to say and he's getting into position. Assuming you want to take the lead.
Six walks forward to a distance where she can raise her voice just enough to make her presence known. Like, hello.
Yes, what do you want?
We're here to investigate the crater and wanted to know if you knew anything about it.
That okay. So, huh. Why?
It's personal. I don't care about the white powder.
Okay, then why?
Ooh, Six has to think about her response. I'm interested in the guardian spirit here.
Or persuasion with advantage. A head pokes out of the tent. You see what appears to be a orange-furred tabaxi, feminine features with a bit of a curiosity gleaming from the eye, and only the head pokes out. You can't see anything underneath it. What do you want to do with it?
Can I try to assess this person's disposition?
Insight. There is a morbid curiosity with the exact phrasing that you used. You get the feeling any answer you give is just sating that curiosity. It's not that they are actively trying to, like, if you said they're going to harm it, they'd probably be like, oh, that's interesting. If you say you've been protected, they'd all think the exact same thing.
I'm going to subdue it.
Huh. That would actually make my life a lot easier. Yeah, okay.
If you have... oh, sorry.
Do you need advice about going in there?
Please, if you'd be willing to speak to our group.
You can see the face turn and kind of look towards everyone else. Can I just speak from inside this tent and no one comes any closer?
That's really suspicious, but yes.
Perfect. Sure. So whatever it's doing, it's trying to hide itself or prevent things from going in and out. And when you slide in, it's like have you seen tar? Black substance sucks you in, gets you stuck.
Uh?
Yeah, so if you go inside, it's like that all over your body until you go into this weird ashen gray place, and then the walls become that tar, and it really hurts if you touch the walls.
You've been inside.
Yeah, I've had to get a couple of people out of there.
Do you know Spell and Rain and Quill in the Grass?
Yes.
Did they make it back to the City of Mountains?
No.
Are they dead?
No.
They're stuck inside.
No.
I have this medallion from someone in their group.
Can I see it?
Yeah, I show the thing.
Oh. Huh. Surprised. Okay. So anyway, my name is Quill, so that should make things easier for you, I guess.
Oh. We found Vibrant Song collapsed in the desert, exhausted. We gave him food and water and sent him home. He has enough to get there.
Ah, so I'm taking care of the other one. He. Okay, so those weird tar walls, they burned off half of his fur, and his skin is badly damaged, and I'm afraid the sun would kill him right now. I'm waiting for it to grow back before I can take him back. Seriously, don't touch the walls.
How did you get out?
Once you're inside, if you just start climbing at the edges, it just lets you out.
It doesn't want to be found and it lets you go when you're stuck inside. Don't touch the walls.
If I had to give a guess, it's a spirit that this is a trial to it. There's definitely creatures down there. They seem to be made out of the same tar, some kind of inky creature, uh, sharp hands. I didn't really fight them, but I could tell that they definitely could do some damage, especially if they're made out of the same substance that the wall is.
A trial.
That's it. My best guess. If if it isn't a trial, why would it let us just leave?
I don't know if this is something that can be done in character, but I try to describe the effects of fire damage and the effects of acid damage and wonder if Quill knows which one the tar does.
Ooh. It's actually worse. It's necrotic.
Ew. I don't want to hog Quill, so I look at the other party members, especially with like news of an injured party.
Leo doesn't have anything to ask.
Here, I try to give Quill, like, the amulet to keep.
You toss it in, and just you see a hand, still orangish color, just dart out and grab it. Could you roll me perception? Very briefly, you notice that some of the fur on the hand is missing as well.
It got you too.
Yeah, don't come any closer.
So we let ourselves be sucked in and then climb out on the edges.
If you want to leave, I, if you wanted to subdue it, you'd probably have to find a way through wherever the walls lead you.
Celastra seems a little nervous at the prospect of needing to climb out of a pit of tar.
How deep is it?
Oof. I climbed about 20 feet up before I just found myself back in sand.
We'll use a rope. Six calls back to Celestra.
Oh, that won't work. It just kind of breaks anything that isn't directly you.
Could you climb because you have claws, or was it, like, rough enough that you could just use your hands?
I couldn't tell you if it's. I mean, you're Tabaxi. You know how easy it is for us to climb.
Thank you. Is there any other information you can give us? We intend to succeed at this trial.
Uh, I can tell you that the spirit isn't angry. I don't really know what it wants.
You want to hear something interesting?
Sure?
It is my mother. I will find out what it wants.
If true, I have so many more questions that I'm not going to ask.
When we get what we came here for, I'll answer them for you.
Great. Please leave.
Goodbye.
As they're walking away, character goes, "She was unusual." No,
Yeah. I wanted to freak her out a little bit with the mom thing. I thought it'd be funny.
she definitely seemed unsettled. Yes.
Hell yeah. Magic that rots you. Tar. Sinking. The spirit isn't angry. Well,
Well, indeed. I suppose that's that.
I'm going in. I walk toward the crater.
I suppose I must find my weapon.
Leo looks towards
Says character
Navali.
following.
Leo looks towards Navali and says, "Well, I don't think there's any sand down there."
I think I prefer the sand to the tar. Well, let's get going then.
That's a good question. Who does have the healing salve?
I think Kaito, because no one else asked for it.
That makes sense.
I actually think it being on Karito is the best possible person it could be on.
Mm-hmm. There's so many random like magic items we've never actually really used. Like the bag of endless boons.
There's a no. You don't have that. You only took the cream
Oh, okay. Then why are you showing it to me, Scan? Why would you give me this?
because I didn't remove them.
Mm-hmm.
You have the love potion and the bones. That's it.
Uniself.
Yes. Sorry, the salve. So I will simply ask the question: do you all just go into the illusion and see what happens?
Revel Pandora trigger first.
Ooh, fancy.
I think during Six's talk, Leo would have re-upped Detect Magic as a ritual.
Sure. Any other preparations? Then I will ask, Six, do you think you're the one who went in first?
Unless someone stopped her, yes.
I'm assuming no one did. As your foot seems to pass through nothing for a second, you feel it feels like walking into slime or swamp water for a split second, and your foot just sinks in. And then it feels like hundreds of hands start grabbing at your fur. And before any of you can really react, you just watch as Six immediately vanishes underneath the illusion. I'm going to assume you all follow directly behind.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do
Sloster
it.
still has a nervous look on her face, though.
Sloster, to you, it probably is the worst because they're not grabbing your feet, they're grabbing your tail and your body. And it feels like hundreds of hands for a split second before you're suddenly dragged under. And as each of you do, you feel a moment of panic, fear, as if you're not sure if you can breathe. And a second later, you find yourself on this strange, grayish, ashen ground. When you look around, you see black pools that turn into walls that seem to go up forever. And towards the edge of the actual area, you see the sand you've been seeing, climb back up. A clear way that you can get out if need be. Before we continue, we're just going to take our break now because this could be involved, and I want to be able to actually go to the bathroom before we get involved.
I'll put us on the break screen.
Hooray.
The walls are deep, and this tar-like strange mix of solidified liquid that seems to slosh about yet still remain firm in a way that clearly blocks many pathways. Anytime you get even mildly close to them, you can see hundreds of tiny hands seemingly reach out and try to grab you, fully understanding that if it's as dangerous as was explained before, it would even be hard to get out of it. Looking around, you do notice that there is only a single pathway that seems to lead deeper in, and it is a very narrow pathway. As you might have noticed, I have placed all your Talquins on the main map. I would like you to put them in the order that you're actually going to go in, because it's not big enough to walk side by side.
Is it? Oh, so it's single file.
Single file, yes. And we're going to assume left is whoever's in the back, right is whoever's in the front.
I would like Navali to be near the front.
I imagine Leo in the middle, just with his detect magic.
I ain't going front or back. That sounds risky.
I
Also,
can go
also,
right here.
Enjoying
Yeah,
watching
you
them shift around.
also, I should be at max HP. Whoops. Because we have one rest.
You all really trust that she can't die. That is the only reason I can imagine you doing it in this order.
Well, before we put her in front, is there a what is the light situation down here? Also, like, can she see?
Actually, that's an excellent point. I have to check something on my notes. There is no light here. No, she cannot see.
She probably shouldn't go going first then.
I will go first.
Okay.
Oh, this is the bat. I had it in the wrong order. I would like to be closer to the front if possible.
Sure.
I actually would like to be a little bit closer to the front as well. Can I trade with Karuto or Rev? Nice.
I like to think we're doing this in character.
Probably.
Can you just scooch little? Yep. Excellent. Good.
No, we are
Perm.
not putting Permelia in front. She can't even see.
I mean, I'll walk forward. In fact, just to be very clear, Navali, you feel a hand on your back the entire time. That is how she's moving forward.
Sounds good.
Is Karuto's sword down here, by the way?
Yes, as you look around the moment you landed, Karuto, you find your sword almost immediately.
Yay! Excellent news.
Leo will happily take his Gladius back too.
Navali, you're in front. I'd like your only perception. This is not hearing, I'm sorry.
I figured.
As you walk forward, the tight, narrow corridors with all this black tar-like walls constantly reaching towards you, it is nauseating, difficult, and especially for your size, a little bit harrowing. And as you turn one corner and then turn another corner, you see something that looks strange, like a white mask that seemed to just peer off from a corner and then run into the wall itself.
I am gonna have Navali, seeing that, make a mention that she saw something and describe what she saw. And she is going to say a quick prayer to herself, to help keep up her confidence. So I like to think as they're going through the walls, she's like saying that.
As you say a quick prayer, you start noticing some of the walls itself seem to break off, and limbs seem to come out, and hands seem to kind of rip into itself. An almost skeletal form made out of this strange dark matter steps out, turns, and faces you. Simultaneously, I will require Celestra to also roll me perception.
Perception it is.
You see this happening behind you too. So This is just to see if they're going to get a surprise round. They don't. Give me a few seconds to set up the battle map that you're about to go to.
Oh boy.
What about persuading them to let us go? We're here for fun.
They bubble at you, clearly not speaking common.
Son of a bitch.
I'm assuming everyone can see the things. There's no more issues.
Yes.
So briefly, before we actually do proper combat, I want to explain something that is going to slightly be important. Due to the fact that this is a tight corridor, moving through allies is going to be considered rough terrain as you're actively trying to avoid touching the walls. And should you attempt to swing in melee with a friend next to you, you will need a dex save to not also accidentally touch the wall slightly. Any questions before you
boy.
roll initiative?
I'm sorry. Can you say that one more time? If we try to move through.
If you try to move through an ally, it is rough terrain.
Okay.
If you attempt to swing while in an ally's space, you will need a dex save to see if you can do so without scraping the wall.
Gotcha.
Oh boy.
Oh. I think my thing didn't get added.
I will manually add you in just 1 second then. Looks like Solastras did it. Oh, nope, there's Solastras. We're good. Just hates you, Navali.
Yeah. I think I thought I clicked on my token, but I did not.
It's fine. Doesn't really bother me that much. That looks like everybody, unless I'm being dumb. I'm not. All right. Navali, as you see these creatures seemingly walk out of the wall, same kind of form of the wall themselves, it charges straight at you with this burbling noise that seems to be unnatural in many ways. And almost unexpectedly, the tar itself opens to see a row of teeth that look serrated in such a way as if you're looking into the mouth of a shark. And it tries to bite you.
That's a hit.
I didn't roll yet, so that would be very impressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I saw the initiative 20.
Yeah.
That is a hit.
Yeah.
All right.
Sword manages to block part of it before it digs in. Its hand grabs onto your side and tries to slam you into the wall. And
That's a
fails
miss.
horribly as you manage to keep your ground. Karuto.
Character reacting to the immediate threat takes aim over both Perm and Nivali's shoulders and looses an arrow at the creature. See if we've got everything correctly toggled. Yep, cool.
The arrow seems to sink into its inky form, but doesn't seem to get enough force to actually hurt it. It's technically a miss.
Kaito frowns and uses the magic of the bow to add a bit more oomph to the arrow, almost like stabbing it while it's been hit.
Go for it.
Oh, ignore that. Let me just re-roll.
I will ignore the damage, yes.
Yeah.
Do you want me to take
Yeah.
previous damage, or do you want to roll the damage again?
No, I'll take that. That's fine.
Hey, you feel wind gust through, and the arrow pierce directly through. It howls in a burbly, tarish voice. It doesn't seem to have words, but you can tell pained cries when you hear them.
Kaito seems satisfied by this.
Celestra.
Well, I think I will start by sacred flaming the one on Navali.
The tar seems to burn away. Clearly, radiant damage seems just fine. It seems to immediately have a lot of issues on itself.
Excellent. That will be all for now.
Reverence.
Okay, Rev is going to squeeze past Celestra, so that's rough terrain. You said to squeeze past an ally?
Yep.
So that's as far as I can go. So that's where I will go. Okay, and a question about one of Sophia's abilities, I guess.
Go for it.
So I've got a shield and I'm using the chakram right now. If I use create new, can I still use the second chakram? How does that work?
No, you would need a free hand.
Gotcha. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Okay, he's going to start whirling his chakrams like he does, and he's going to swing at the one closest to him.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
Nice.
Do you say the words?
Wasn't my intention, but that's real tempting.
I'll wait.
Yes, I'm going to smite it.
Big 60.
It does not have blood, but whatever tar substance is inside of it seems to erupt and explode outward, and you slam it to the ground. It's just a pool of this inky tar that is seemingly trying to regrow itself to get back up. It did not like your first swing.
If it's still considered alive, I was going to code transfer it if I still may.
You may. I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
You feel a very strong surge as if a migraine suddenly formed in your head when you attempt to code transfer it. And you just hear Sophia immediately talk through your voice. Can't.
Shit. Okay, I will swing at the one I just hit really hard then again.
Hits.
Oh, that's smite it again. Ignore the
I assume
27.
you didn't mean to smite. I mean, if you want to use both spell slots, but I assume you
No.
didn't mean to.
No.
Is that the end of your turn?
I think so.
Its body seems to reform and stand back up and immediately charge you angrily. Serrated teeth try to bite into you, and then an inky hand tries to grab onto your side and slam you into the wall. It's not having a good time. You can tell you disrupted whatever its core is, and it cannot seem to get its balance. Hey, Navali.
So these things are made up of tar and like a bunch of like body parts. Is that what I'm understanding?
Seems that way.
Okay. And it took Celostar's radiant damage just fine. It didn't
Oh,
look like
yeah.
it had any special effects on it when it took radiant.
The radiant damage seemed to burn it just fine. Nothing extra beyond that.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm gonna have Navali take a swing with her longsword. I'm guessing that's a miss.
That is a miss. That is also a miss.
All right, that is Navali.
Leo.
Leo will for the time being, he is going to use his bonus action to do a level 2 Thunderblade. And using it as a ranged throwing weapon is going to try to finish off the one in front of Rev. I'll get a little closer. And because it's dark, I'm going to take my double advantage, I'm assuming.
Correct.
Okay, and I'm rolling the second attack in advance, even if I do it against the second one. First one is going to be 9 thunder damage, and the second attack is going to be 10 thunder damage.
It does require both hits, but as the second one slams into it, its entire body seems to evaporate into this tar. You just see bone and visceral dust that seems to be the remains of whatever the internals of some kind of being was.
I actually realize I can't do that because I would have to
bonus
throw
action,
bonus
grab
action.
it.
Yeah.
In that case, it is still alive with 10 HP. At least 10 HP.
I suppose Leo would still have a second action if you'd let me use the second dice to like step on Rev's spot and do the melee swing with that second roll.
Sure. Advantage and disadvantage cancel each other out, so just your normal roll.
Yes.
And that is a miss.
Okay, and I just have to make the dex save as well for
Correct.
the melee swing. Ugh.
Your hand slightly. The reason you missed is because your hand slightly hits the wall itself. You feel a small hand kind of jettison yourself into it, and you pull out before it does too much, but take 5 necrotic damage.
Okay. And then I'm forced back because I can't stay in Rev's spot, so I don't know if that's... Yeah. I cannot shield from that.
And as you take a step back, off balance, teeth go into your arm and draw some blood. Anything else?
That's it. I am going to roll a con save to keep my thing.
Yep.
But that's it.
It is technically 2 con saves.
Yep. Sorry, D&D Beyond is acting weird. Okay, I'm fine.
Completely fine. Permilia.
Permilia does not have a lot of options here.
No, she really doesn't.
So this is what Permilia is going to do. She is going to stay where she's at and take the dodge action, counting on her ability to intercept to be useful.
Okay.
She'll peel Navali.
Makes sense. Navali, you watched the one behind it go into the wall. doesn't do anything beyond that. Hey, 6.
6 is going to move roughly into the center here, seeing that the 1 has disappeared. She's going to take out her hand crossbow and shoot at the one that has already been heavily damaged.
Makes sense.
It's just in range, luckily. Eight points of piercing damage.
So as the crossbow bolt pierces into it, you notice that it kind of sinks and melts away. It definitely seemed that making Karuto's bow magical was important. It does not seem to fully take the damage.
Fuck, they're resistant, she says out loud. That'll be the end of my turn.
This one also sinks into the wall. Let me check its movement because it matters for this. Nope, just sinks in the wall. Hey, Navali.
Hello.
It's going to try and eat you again.
It did another initiative.
Absolutely did. Ignore it. Okay. Sorry. I was clicking on the wrong thing on the sheet. Are we ready for me to try and kill you?
Yes. That is a miss. That is a hit. Nice.
So take 6 bludgeoning damage, and then I need you in athletics or acrobatics as it tries to shove you into the wall.
I'm gonna do athletics.
You maintain your feet, and you're not going to learn exactly how much damage that could do.
Mm-hmm.
That is its turn. Hey, Karuto.
Hello. Wow, I'm just many targets here. Many targets. He's going to continue pouring fire into the one in front of Nivali because that is the focus. Whip. Knowing that it isn't good enough, he twitches it with magic.
You shoot up and then twitch it down directly into its head. Go and roll damage.
Very good.
Navali, you haven't hurt this thing yet, but you can tell it's already starting to flicker away as 2 arrows take huge chunks out of it.
Gotcha.
Anything else?
Nope.
Slastra.
Hmm. Celestro will Sacred Flame the one next to Rev.
Next to Rev. Mage.
Nice.
It burns into ash in front of you, Rev.
Good job.
Thanks.
Anything else?
That is all.
Rev, it burned into ash in front of you. What do you do?
What do I do? I think Rev just waits in place, proccing maybe a dash if need be, and will hold his action to attack one if it appears that he can reach.
Makes sense to me. This one is dead. Navali.
I would like to use my action to divine sense the creature in front of me.
It is undead.
It's undead, Navali says out loud. And that is her turn.
In fact, just to add spice to actually describing that sense, you're used to the smell of undead. Every time you use that ability, you've smelled it on Rev, a faint amount. Rev's not undead. This is the first time you've smelled the clear indicator of just dust, embalming fluid, and rot.
Her nose wrinkles a little. But that is Navali.
Leo.
I'm going to bonus action to do Blade Song because I might need the AC, and then this is 35 movement to get there. My first attack is going to be throwing the Thunderblade at the one in front of Navali. Or sorry, no, my first attack is going to be my cantrip, which is going to be a Firebolt.
Nice.
For 8 fire damage.
As fire strikes into it, its body ignites into flames.
Whoops.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to throw my Thunderblade at it. Technically, I should roll that. That was a normal roll. So now I'll just roll with advantage for the 2 other rolls.
25 hits.
For 8 more damage.
Anything else?
Don't use fire.
Familia.
She can see it. She can see it right now, at least.
Yes, for the first time, you can see Perm.
Hooray! Permelia is going to keep doing what she's doing. There were 2 in the wall. She's going to take the dodge action and prepare to defend Navali.
Well, it's a good thing she took the dodge action as it rips out of the wall directly between Karuto and her, and making a terrible mistake, it goes for her.
Thanks, Dodge. Thanks, Dodge! Whew.
Hey, 6.
Okay. She still has her hand crossbow out. She's going to... Is it possible to shoot all the way down to the one that Navali is fighting?
What's the range of hand crossbow again?
30 feet.
Easily.
All right, 6 with her hand crossbow out. Question. I didn't consider this before. Synchronized strike. Does it work with ranged weapons?
No.
Okay. In that case, I am going to shoot at the one in front of Navali. And then use my commander strike to command Navali to attack the one in front of her.
All right.
You deal 14 additional damage.
Oh my god.
I'm not gonna smite. I want to, but I'm not gonna.
As your blade cuts into it, your longsword is not magical, and you definitely have some issues. Its skin seems thick and hard to cut through. That being said, you still did 14 damage on 6's attack.
Pretty cool.
That's the end of 6's turn.
This one pops out, and its teeth just immediately go for Celestra. First, actually, before we roll any of this damage, it popped out in front of you, Rev. You get your attack opportunity because you had a reaction. Prepped. That hits. Then does an 18 hit Celestra?
It does. Ow.
And then its hand tries to grab you and slam you into the wall. They're really bad at their second move.
I am thankful.
Back to trying to kill Navali.
That is a miss. That is a miss.
Karto.
Oh god, there's a creature in front of me. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
Don't worry, it tried to kill Perm instead of you. It made
I'm
a
not sure
terrible
that's a
decision.
good thing. Um, if I fire any other target than the one right in front of me, I incur a firing in melee penalty, don't I?
Well, you also incur that for firing in the one in melee.
Do I?
Yeah. Unless you have point blank shot or whatever it's called.
Anyway, I'm at a significant disadvantage to this thing. Except for I'm behind it, and therefore, haha. Oh god. Drop and draw a weapon would be a full action, wouldn't it? So technically wasted. So it's probably still better to just try and shoot the one Navali's still fighting.
That's an item
Well,
interaction.
It's an interaction. You can switch to melee without any issues. It's an action to switch to a shield, but switching weapons is an interaction.
Oh, okay. Yeah, character switches to his recovered sword, which hopefully doesn't have black goop on it.
A little bit, but it'll be fine.
Yeah. Slash.
That is a hit.
Nice.
Can do reduced damage because, well, still pretty good.
I mean, reduced damage is still a lot of damage that you just did as you cut into it, and clearly you can see its entire body seem to twist unnaturally, where if it had a spine, it would twist completely to face you. Clearly now it knows you're there.
Not to be that
Anything?
guy, but as a deck save for a melee swing.
He wasn't walking into anyone. He's not sharing a space.
It's to emulate the crowding, from what I can tell.
Yes.
Oh, I misunderstood how it. Okay. I thought it was any time any of us make a melee swing.
Nope, only if you're sharing a space when you do it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Anything else, Karta?
Nope, that's me.
Slostra.
Um. Hmm. Okay. I think Celestra will cast Elemental Weapon on her hammer.
Ooh.
With cold damage.
Ooh.
Exciting.
Yeah. And then attack the spooky thing next. That would be a 14.
14 unfortunately does not hit, though I believe Elemental Weapon is a full action to cast either way.
Oh, oops. You are correct. Whoops. Okay, that sucks. Never mind. That's all
That's
I do.
okay. You're setting up for future attacks.
Yeah.
also lasts an hour, so as long as you keep concentration, it's fine.
Yep.
Hey, Rev.
Hi. Just to confirm, there's no ceiling to speak of, correct?
When you look up, it seems to go on infinitely. It's kind of weird.
Okay, Chakram.
That is a hit.
I would like to use 2 charges to execute aerial.
So you knock him into the air.
Yep. And then 1 more.
That is a hit.
Landing failure.
I believe he only goes up 10 feet, correct? Or is it 20? I can open up if I need to.
I'm sorry, what are you asking?
Execute aerial is 10 feet up? Oh, 15 feet
15
up.
feet up.
Yeah, I mean, either way, that's still like 10 damage, then double to an extra 2d6. As it splats on the ground, I assume directly where it's fighting Slosser, unless you want to move it a little bit if you wanted to, I'd allow it.
I'll move it closer to me if I can.
I'll move it here. As you cut into it, would you like to describe exactly what you just did?
How to describe it? He like whips the chakram back and then uses the momentum to drive it up into the air, and then using the same momentum pulls it back down and onto the ground and like toward him.
It is gross and disgusting how it kind of sloops onto the ground, almost as if it's just a puddle of bone and tar. But it quickly starts to reform, clearly knowing that it should deal with you first. But before that turn, Navali.
All right, I am going to attack it with my longsword. 3 damage. Is it still looking pretty okay?
It's not doing great, honestly. Yeah, no, I'm just going to say it's not doing great.
Okay. I'm going to attack again. And I'm going to do another.
It's difficult to cut into the tar with your sword, but it doesn't seem to be able to maintain its form for much longer.
And that is Navali.
Leo.
Leo will try to finish the one on Navali, the one that Navali's been attacking before the fire spreads and does some crazy shit. So he will throw his thing. Ooh. How do I get that with super advantage?
Bad rolls. It happens.
I assume that's a miss.
That is a miss.
Okay, bonus action to reform it and do it again.
That is. Still moving.
Oh boy. Well, that's my entire turn.
Permelia, something tried to bite you.
I'm gonna bite back.
Please don't.
Permelia turns her attention incredulously to this being between her and Karito. Anyway, I'm gonna beat the shit out of it.
It.
Does
15 is actually its AC. You finally found it.
over the course of 2 attacks, a total of 17 slashing damage. Then, bonus action. I'm gonna put it on the ground.
Looking at its stats, it's going to choose strength.
It succeeds.
It is like pushing into a puddle of water. It just reforms directly back into the shield. It is gross, and you're going to need to clean that shield afterwards, Perm.
Gross. That'll be the end of Permelia's turn.
both of you hit it, so it's gonna decide based on this roll. Karuto.
Sad noises. Ah, that hits.
Bites into you for 12. And then slams into your side for an additional 6. Athletics or acrobatics, please. You manage to slip out before it slams you into the wall. You get the feeling that that's probably a really good thing. Still took 18 total damage, but could be worse. Hello, 6.
This very true.
Hi. Does Celestra look like she intends to move in with her freezy hammer?
She's definitely going to pursue melee combat, yes.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm thinking of what my best play is here. I am going to walk forward, spending 15 feet of movement. And then I will attack using both my attack actions and my bonus action, switching to my claws to do so.
Sure. Hit.
5. 5. 1. Then I'll provoke an attack of opportunity to walk 15 feet away from it.
Its teeth suddenly. Oh, actually, it's on the ground. You have advantage in each of those attacks.
Oh, my mistake. Okay, so can we count the 18 and 25 as the first attack?
Yes.
Okay, I will roll a second attack with my main hand. It's the same outcome. And then I will fish for a crit with my offhand as well, only rolling once because we have the 17. So everything is the same.
Everything's the same. I just wanted to confirm that.
I appreciate that.
Because it also rolls a disadvantage because it's on the ground.
That disadvantage saves me from taking some damage. I get out of Celastra's way.
Its body stands back up and reforms, just charging straight at Rev. Because Rev hurt it quite a bit.
That hits.
And then as its hands grabs onto you, I do not believe that hits. So
Nope.
let's just go back to beating up Navali. So I think yes, okay, everything's still good.
That is a miss. The second one is a hit.
Went in the wrong order. So I'm going to let you decide. Do you want to take the bite or the slam?
I will take the bite. Thank you, Perm.
I do enjoy that this means in the middle of stabbing something, she stops for a second to go block something on her girlfriend.
After bonking the creature in front of her, she wheels around to knock the thing's attack out of the way slightly.
Karata.
This thing in front of him is still very scary.
Very alive.
Yeah.
Also,
Moving through friendly is difficult terrain, correct?
real quick, because the one that hit Navali was on fire, you take an additional 4 fire damage, but it also took some fire damage.
It's also being burned.
Yes.
But yeah, moving through allies is difficult terrain due to the narrow corridor, right?
Yes. You're also a rogue, so you have this bullshit bonus action.
Yeah, I was going to use that to disengage is the problem, but wait, difficult terrain is half movement?
Difficult terrain is half movement, yes.
Yeah, so I either am able to fully move through all my allies, or and take a disengage, or I can't do that at all, and I just continue melee attack. I need to correct my characterization as well. Oh, there you go. Why is that not showing correctly? Never mind. I'm going to take the opportunity attack and do a dash to get through this difficult terrain. Owies.
It chunks
Jeez.
into your leg as you roll
Bloody
through your
hell.
allies.
Ow. There is a muffled scream of discomfort from character.
You can probably all also see blood streaks as he gets through the rest of his friends.
And then he raises his bow with righteous fury in his eyes and flings an arrow at the one next to Navali. And since I have sharpshooter, I don't take any cover penalties shooting for
Correct.
allies. And again.
No, because your bonus action did dash.
Oh, fuck, I did, yes. Ugh. Curse you, action economy!
You just watch as the arrow ignites into the flames and dissipates before it can actually pierce into the tar. I assume that's the end of your turn.
It is indeed.
Slostra.
Hello. Celestia is going to squeeze past Karito, and that requires a deck save, is that correct?
Nope, just it's rough terrain, so it's double movement to
Oh.
move through allies.
I see. Okay.
Which, no issue if there's only one ally.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. And I will also cast Spiritual Weapon and make a hammer next to Leo and Permelia. I'm guessing that does not do anything, though.
Correct.
And then I will swing my hammer at the one adjacent to me. Hooray!
That hits. Also roll the cold damage.
Nice.
As the cold damage hits into it, you can see the tar start to freeze and crack. It didn't do extra damage, but it seems to have an additional effect. You're not sure exactly what.
Okay, and then I think Divine Strike should be on that as well. Sorry.
Yes, it should.
I'm trying to click on it, and I'm not sure that anything is happening.
Just
Let
roll a
me-
d8.
Yeah.
It's not looking great.
Yay. Holy fire. All right, that's all for me.
Rev.
Chakrams.
$14 does not hit.
That misses, yeah.
23 definitely does. As you strike into it, you can clearly tell that it's not going to last much longer. I assume that's the end of your turn, though.
Yep, that's me.
Navali.
I'm going to swing at the one in front of me.
Hit.
I'm going to swing again.
That's it. You cut its head clean off.
Nice. That is Navali.
Leo.
I assume I can stand in the same square as the spiritual weapon without
Correct.
penalty?
Like it's
Okay.
just floating around you.
Okay.
I'm not going to have it count as a space.
Okay, then I will do the good old Thunderblade melee swing against this guy next to me.
Hell yeah.
I'll just roll my second attack while I'm at it. So for a total of 68. And
It
then go ahead.
shakes wildly, though it's clearly still able to keep going, as this one has barely been hurt so far.
Leo sighs in trepidation. Seeing what Six was doing before, does it look like Six is about to try to charge into melee as well?
She's considering it.
Leo will make space for Six and back up.
Hell yeah.
That's a miss with Blade Song.
Firm.
Permelia goes aggressive, swinging at the creature in front of her twice. The second attack doing 10 points of slashing damage. Then knocking it prone wouldn't have any benefit because it's up next, so she doesn't.
Anything else?
That'll be perm.
Can I have actually moved further back, like past Six?
Yeah, that's fine
Okay.
by me.
Just realizing the initiative order, if it just charges up on me, then. Okay.
Well, it's going to instead focus on Permelia.
A miss. A hit.
It's fine. It's fine. Go ahead, Six.
6 is going to duck into the space left by Leo, thanking him on the way past. And she's going to get aggressive. First for 3. Then for 5. And then a miss. I'm going to hold this position and make myself a target.
Okay.
This spiritual weapon, I'm assuming, can still swing on top of me. Like,
Yeah,
I'm not...
like
okay.
it's literally able to float 10 feet up if it wants to. There's no issues.
Perfect.
Going after Celestra.
Uh-oh. That's a miss. That's a hit.
Take that 13 and then an athletics or acrobatics.
Okay. Yikes.
I need a Constitution saving throw for 1 for your elemental weapon and 2 for a different reason. So I need 2 different ones.
Hell yeah.
Hey, pretty good.
It slams you directly into the wall itself. You feel hundreds of hands seemingly trying to grab and pull you through. You manage to pull yourself out, and as everyone else can see, part of your scales seem to be burned and ripped off and shriveling away. Take 11 necrotic damage.
Ooh.
Ouch.
Dang.
Which is another concentration saving throw, unfortunately.
Stop it. All right. Spiritual weapon, or not spiritual weapon, elemental weapon down.
Actually, hold on. That was the one you froze, wasn't it? Undo
Yes.
literally everything I said. Freezing prevents its slam attack.
Yay.
Hell yeah.
Celastra, you were so smart.
I guess so. I didn't even know.
Anyway, Karuta, go ahead.
Okay. I'm not in range of any melee creatures. How are those two looking again?
Both of them look real bad.
Okay. Perm can deal with themselves, as can Six, so the more pressing threat is the one in front of me. Featherlight Bow, activate. Oh, this time I didn't even need to use my bonus action. Yeah, let's go.
You shatter through the frozen part of the tar, and goop starts flowing out, it's not going to last much longer.
And then bonk indeed. Man. Oh, is that 30 feet? No, wrong one. It is 30 feet. Man, that's a very short restriction. I think that's all I can really do. Yeah, at least in
Bonk?
regards to offense. I already did the bonk, range bonk.
No, talking about Sloster bonking.
Bonk.
Bonk.
The rare double bonk.
Do the bonk. Do the big bonk.
Oh, sorry. Did I get an attack of opportunity?
No, it's your turn.
Oh, I'm dumb. Forget everything I said. It felt like me taking damage was my turn. Sorry.
Again, you didn't even take damage, so it's really confusing.
What turn? Okay, I will. So I still have elemental weapon then,
You
correct?
still have elemental weapon. All the crit damage was removed. You were not slammed into it. Literally nothing happened.
Very nice. In the meantime, bonus action, spiritual weapon. Ooh,
Bonk.
bonk. Yay.
It starts phasing a bit as it crushes into its skull. It's still gooping towards Permelian 6, but it's not going to last much longer.
Alrighty, and another bonk at the adjacent spooky. Never mind. I stubbed my toe instead.
You don't have toes.
That makes it
Exactly.
even more impressive.
Rev,
That's all.
Chakram.
it's a hit, and you chop it in half.
Excellent. And I believe I have Tabaxi Dash procced, correct?
Yeah, you haven't moved.
Yeah, that'll work. And then Chakram.
That's a hit. And then you just zoom through and chop the other one in half.
Now you're just showing off, Rev.
Rev grins a little.
As they all slowly start to melt away, you do see bones and viscera inside. But clearly, nothing else seems to be coming at the moment. So, I, as the DM, have to ask an important question. You are most likely going to come up to the boss fight very shortly. Do you feel like we can actually do the boss fight, or do you want to simply have an early session?
I personally am happy to go late if we want.
Yeah, I would like to do the boss fight.
I can push.
I am ready to fight that boss.
I'm down.
Let's do
Okay.
it.
I want to confirm we might be going late then.
Could we
Thumbs
take
up.
another short break real quick?
That's actually a pretty good idea. Why don't, before we do the boss fight, we take an additional extra break?
Cool. I'll put us
Sounds
on the break
good.
screen.
Sweet.
As the creatures start to decay in front of you and melt into bone and viscera, you take a deep sigh of relief as nothing more seems to be coming at you, though the walls still seem claustrophobic and tight. Is there anything you'd like to do before you start following the path again?
I'm going to use Lay on Hands to heal myself.
You do that. You tell me how many, just for my own curiosity?
26.
What an
So I'm
awkward
back up to
number.
full.
That makes sense.
I'm also considering using Yuki. So
Tell me if you use it early or not. I don't know when if it's going to happen suddenly, so let me know.
yeah, I think I would activate my Idola.
Okay. The arrow freezes and a spear appears in your hand.
So this is it then.
Yeah. My heart is pounding in my chest.
We've got this.
Is there anything else you'd like to do before you follow the path?
1 second. Probably not worth using the healing cell because that's something I can use myself in an emergency. Karito almost seems too polite to ask, but then finally says, "It might be a good idea if I received some healing."
I could use a little as well.
Let me see here. I think I could help you out. Oh, ignore the radiant.
Bad bats.
Sorry.
That's that for Karito.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you both asked. That can be for Karito and can be for Leo.
Oh, they're pretty good heal. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Leo nods in appreciation.
So this is it.
Karito places a firm hand on Six's shoulder and says, "We will find her, and we will save her. It is what we do."
Yeah, it is. I'm ready.
As you say you're ready, and the party starts to move again, I shall simply ask, do you go back to the formation you were at first?
Yes.
Completely
I'm-
fine.
Navali's gonna at least be in front.
Navali,
Yes.
you lead through turn after turn after turn. At first, you're worried this might be a maze, but you quickly notice there's never been a different pathway. It's it simply continues to go forward, then turn, then forward, then turn, then forward, like a spiral towards the center of wherever this place is. And as you walk and walk and walk, you eventually find what appears to just be nothing but emptiness in the center, just gray dirt. And as you might wonder what to do now, whether to backtrack, whether to see if you can figure out through the walls, suddenly you notice the walls start to shake and shudder and then collapse inward on top of all of you. I need everyone to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh boy.
Indomitable.
Reverence, Leo, and Six. All of you feel a surge of panic, as if something in your body is telling you that, oh no, we're not going to make it, we're all about to die. Due to which, you take 8 psychic damage. The rest of you, the panic might shoot through you, but it's not supernatural, and manage to push through the feeling that your lungs start working, your body starts being able to move. You all have the ability to see in the dark, but all you see is darkness. But each and every one of you eventually starts trying to breathe heavily and realize you start breathing. And your eyes start to adjust to a different being entirely. You look down, and all you see is this strange darkness. To the left, to the right, up, down. Nothing but that inky tar and darkness. But you can tell you're able to move. And as you tepidly take a step, you realize there seems to be something like glass that you're standing on. But the room itself seems small and claustrophobic. And as you look around, there's a few things you notice immediately. For one, Permelia is not in the room. For two, the spear and chakram are gone.
Oh shit.
And as she says, oh shit, you notice the tar seems to whisk into metal, wood, materials from the earth. And you see a figure form in front of you, created from a mixture of metal and tar. It looks humanoid, though it has no face. It seems to almost bubble as it stares at you. And bubble, and bubble. It's like listening to a swamp. You can almost hear the mosquitoes in the air. Reverence. For some reason, it's like your hand itches, and you can hear the words clearly in your mind. Those who wish to break this seal, I need not know your strength, just your will to survive. The entire ground seems to shift to a bright red light, and then lingers on Navali and Celastra, and then another bright green light that lingers on Karuto and Liren, then a blue light on Six and Reverence. And then this creature seems to simultaneously move and not move, seemingly being everywhere at once for a split second, and you feel as if it's about to attack, as its blank face suddenly stares at you, and a single red dot appears like an eye.
About to attack, like we could
Please
cast
roll
a
initiative.
spell. Was there any way to any means of casting spells during all that?
This happened in this form of seconds.
Okay.
It did it again for me.
It's okay.
I think something might be up with my token.
Might I suggest refreshing roll 20?
Okay. Hopefully that helped.
I know you were having other issues.
Yeah. But it was a 5 for me for initiative.
Leo, this figure stands before you. What do you do?
So these colors were just glowing
Yep.
different colors. Okay. I don't. I assume that does not ring any bells. So Leo's going to start combat with casting mirror image on himself as an action, and then blade song as a bonus action. Just full defenses engaged. But also use this. I mean, the it's like out of character. It's sort of like, we don't know if it has AoE yet or not. So I don't know whether spreading out is a good idea, or staying next to Navali. So for the time being, I'm just going to like fan out slightly and stay next to Karito. And that will end my turn.
Karta.
Oh god. I'm going to move to the other side of Lurin. And then I'm going to take the dodge action and watch keenly.
Six.
I take the dodge action and stare the figure down.
Celestra.
So since Celastra didn't take damage from the last fight, or like between the last fight and now, would I still have my spiritual weapon?
Keeping your spiritual weapon, keeping up would be difficult, but you do have elemental weapon.
Okay, fair enough. Celastra would recast spiritual weapon.
That is a hit.
And a bunk.
As the radiant damage flows into it, you can see that it doesn't seem too affected by radiant.
Doesn't seem to be affected by radiant, you said?
Too affected. It takes some damage, but not much.
It is force damage, not radiant.
Spiritual weapons force? Never mind.
Yep.
It takes the full force.
Okay. And I will pretend I didn't know that. And Sacred Flame.
Fair enough.
Very dexterous.
Calmly bats it away.
Okay. And Celestra will take a step behind the.
You don't see it move. You think that there should be movement, articulation in the limbs, but all you really see is a mixture of smoke and tar, and it's suddenly just in front of Celestra. And it reaches its hand out, and I need a strength saving throw from Celestra.
Strength save.
Take 25 force damage
Ow.
and immediately get knocked off the map.
Like, I'm not visible anymore?
As your body hits the wall, you take. Are you knocked out from that?
I am at 5 HP.
You feel as if the wall itself seems to be sucking away your body, but you manage to pull yourself out before it completely envelops you, and you're simply at the edge, barely breathing. It then turns its head towards Navali and just seems to twist its finger slightly. Con save, Navali.
All right. A 13.
You are blind and deafened and move 20 feet in, seemingly walking forcefully, almost against your will, to here. Also 21 necrotic damage, if I didn't say that before.
Gotcha.
It then seems to just stare at the rest of you. Its body dissipates and reappears back up here. Reverence.
Did Rev, if I don't know if he's able to have done this, but to have looked at the other people when he was hearing these words, see if anyone got any indication they were hearing what he was hearing?
Insight with advantage. DC was just 10. You could tell that you were the only one able to hear it, especially since it wasn't hearing. It's like there was echoes in your mind when you heard something different.
Okay, the first thing Rev is going to do immediately is recite the words. Those who wish to break the seal, I need not know your strength, just your will to survive. And I don't know. Rev will take the dodge action.
Navali.
So she is blind and deafened.
Correct.
Okay. Navali, I like to think, is probably somewhat panicking. That she can't hear or see. Let's see. Unfortunately, I don't think I have anything on my end that I can that I can do to prevent that. I have a question though. You said we are on glass.
Feels like glass.
Can Navali attempt to try to, like, I don't know what the best way I can explain this, but like she knew she was pushed away. If I wanted to use a spell that doesn't require me to hear or see people, but given that I was just moments ago within the range of everybody, can I make a deduction in order?
I'll certainly allow it.
Okay. Let's see. I am going to cast okay. I am going to cast Aura of Vitality.
Okay.
Navali holds her sword up, and it shines, and a beautiful garden appears around her. It is 30 feet, she is going to remember back to where she last felt Solastra or saw Solastra, and she is going to heal Solastra because she is within 30 feet, if that makes sense.
It completely makes sense. Think of the aura as you feel as if the garden itself is letting you feel where your friends are.
Yes. So I'm gonna roll, it's 2d6 to heal Solastra.
Thank you.
Take a big 6. And that was a bonus action and my action. Since Aura Vitality is an action. So that is I want to try to move up, but I'm guessing since I'm blinded, I won't be able to probably walk the way that I think I'm walking.
As someone who's been blind many times, you can walk straight.
Okay. I want to try to start walking a little bit more towards the group. So she's gonna go 1, 2, 3. 4. I just want to make sure people are within range.
And to get the aura as much as possible, I understand.
Yes. Okay. I think she's gonna be here.
All right. Go ahead and roll me another con save to see if you're still blind and deafened.
All right.
Both fade off of you,
All right.
and then you can hear again.
Navali is relieved.
And
That
as
is
you be able
me.
to see and hear, you look outward towards the thing, and its blank face with the red eye seems to close. And now it opens up blue. Leo.
Break the seal to survive. That's what you heard? Sort of yelling in Rev's direction.
Do I have time to repeat it?
Sure.
Those who wish to break the seal, I need not know your strength, just your will to survive.
Leo is sort of, I suppose, and I'm willing to spend my action for this, but he's looking, spending his turn to look for clues. And for the purposes of this, he will, if he'll allow it, what I'm imagining is as an action, he will cast Detect Magic and then look around.
Yeah, I mean, Detect Magic is an action. There's no reason you can't cast it.
Yeah, but then looking for clues as part of his turn as well.
Immediately, all the
ahead.
walls around you are definitely filled with necrotic energy. As you look down, you are standing in abjuration. As you look towards the creature, it's blinding light as it has 4 different schools of magic on it. You quickly start to also realize, strangely, the glowing light on you is magical, but it's as simple as a prestidigitation spell.
Is there any tethers between 6 Rev and the creature with the
Nope.
blue? Okay. During Leo's turn, the most that I think he really has to get out after sort of observing the surroundings right now is we need to stay away from the walls still. It may be glass in here, but it's still necrotic on the outside. And then I guess I will just sort of end my turn over here.
Okay. Carta.
Oh Lord. the character doesn't want to get hit and also isn't sure about attacking this thing. And I also still don't have any kind of advantage on it, so I'm gonna just dodge again. It's a boring thing to do, but at the same time.
Sure. 6.
Six looks at the blue light and at Rev and says, "That's us." She is going to stow her weapons and, if Rev allows it, attempt to grapple him by taking his hands.
I have a sign with that.
That's the end of my turn.
Interesting. I know how that's going to happen. That's fine. It's Lustra.
Oh, hello. Firstly, Celestra will cast Cure Wounds upon herself.
Damn. 8 points a heal.
And then bonus action, Spiritual Weapon Bong.
$15 does not hit.
Okay. And then I will move up with the group a little bit.
As 6 said, it seems to evaporate and reappear directly in front of 6. Rev, you're first.
Okay.
You're dodging, right?
Yes.
It feels like hundreds of attacks all attack you at once. I'm rolling this 4 times real quick. That looks like 3 of them still hit. No, wait, that's disadvantage. Nope.
2 of them, it looks like.
Yeah, 2 of them. 6. I need 2 strength saving throws from you. You managed to maintain your grip on the first one of these. Rev, take 17 bludgeoning damage and get pushed back 10 feet before the grapple gets broken. Then the grapple, you know what I meant to say. You're not pushed back 20 feet is the main point of this. And then 6. It just stares at you. Charisma saving throw. On your turn, you're going to sprint towards the wall. Hey, Rev.
Okay. Do I have any indication that that's what 6 looks like she's about to do?
Roll me a quick insight. You've seen people charmed before. Yeah, you see the glazed over and her body clearly poised to go run towards the wall. Also, phase back up dear.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, can I hold a spell? No, I don't know if that's a good idea. Hang on. Okay, no, I'm gonna try to banish 6.
So, this is gonna sound awkward, but I do need you to roll Arcana. You feel as if you have to break through something extra for this spell, but you manage to successfully cast it. Six. Enjoy your saving throw.
Excellent. What? This is a charisma saving throw?
Ah, yes.
Am I considered to be an ally to Navali?
Yes.
Sorry, Rev.
It was a really good idea.
Mm-hmm.
It was a really good idea.
Grappling wasn't gonna work, so I guess Rev will try to get in her way at the very least, and that'll be Rev.
Navali.
I can I also tell that, or did Rev say anything about 6?
At the very least, you just saw Rev attempt to banish 6. Like, you've seen that spell before, and now he's directly standing in front of her, like, nope, nope.
I would also note that he looks panicked.
She is going to run up and she is going to grab onto 6 and hold her tight. Bonus action.
Athletics versus acrobatics. 6, you are still going to be trying to get away.
Damn. Okay. All right.
6.
That was
These rolls are amazing.
Yeah, well, the thing is my only friend, and these people are trying to hurt me.
Anything else, Nepali?
I am thinking. I apologize.
All good.
I have a question regarding Champions Challenge.
Okay.
Can I drop that at any time? I assume it doesn't affect concentration.
It doesn't affect concentration. I just have to think about this. Let me reread it's your channel divinity, right?
Yes, I think you know what I want to do.
Yeah, I think I know what you want to do, but I'm reading it carefully because it matters.
Yes.
I do not believe it says anywhere that you can simply drop it.
Okay. But if I were to move away, then it would drop.
Correct.
Okay. It's going to be really risky, but I want to try to do it.
This is such a good idea.
I am going to use Champion's Challenge on 6. I need a Wisdom saving throw. She cannot move more than 30 feet away from me.
Really smart.
This is such a smart idea. Thank you, Navali.
No problem. Just to make sure that she can't move in a distance towards the wall, I am going to move up. So I'm going to be like right there. So the farthest she can go is where my arrow is, right there.
Fantastic.
Navali stares the creature down. As soon as she does that, basically saying like "fuck you," you're not getting my friend.
You stare it down, and its blue eye fades to a green. Leo.
Oh. I as a player genuinely don't know what to do. I can't tell if we're not supposed to attack it.
I mean, Sloster's been hitting it.
Yeah, what does a will to survive mean? Should I go in, Karito? Sort
Uh,
of. Knowing that I can, out of character, knowing I can give you sneak attack as well.
I feel like finding a way to ensure you do not hit the wall is a more pressing matter. You saw what I did to Celestial.
All right. For the time being, then I guess Leo will going to go ahead and just sort of come up into this pile of us over here, and it's going to give it a good old lightning bolt. Straight in the face.
Did not have disadvantage, so just rolled an 8.
Cool. 28 lightning damage.
Shocks through it, doesn't even seem to mind. Does the full damage.
And then just sort of getting as central to the field as possible. And that's my turn.
Garto.
After seeing what this creature's been trying to do and realizing that the two partners obviously are important, Karito rummages in his pack and pulls out. Let me see if I actually have it in the inventory, otherwise it would be stupid. Where is it? Yes, a length of hempen rope. Tying it firmly around his middle, I'm guessing using his action.
Sure.
He's gonna hand the other end to Leorin and say, "Hold this," and then he's going to 10 feet, 25 feet, 35 feet, 50. There you go. Run around the entire group in the center, effectively
Jesus.
lassoing the entire thing.
Very interesting, and I won't tell you if that's going to be a good idea or a terrible idea in a second.
Yeah, we'll find out, won't we?
Oh my god.
But I will absolutely allow that, especially if no one's going to stop him.
I stop him. That would impede my progress to running to the wall.
How do you stop me, though?
I try to get out of the way.
I would absolutely allow you to roll acrobatics versus his sleight of hand.
Jesus! Could you stop running so well?
She really wants to run.
I was.
It's
yeah.
true.
That wouldn't count as an attack, right?
No.
Okay, just want to be sure.
Well, you still get to roll sleight of hand, Carto.
You could be a 25.
Yeah.
Oh, versus sleight of hand. Okay. Oh lord. Okay. Actually, I can't. I literally can't because my sleight of hand is full.
You try to tie everyone in the center up as best as possible, but Six simply ducks out of the way and rolls out. She's completely unimpeded by the rope. I assume the rest of you actually let yourself get tied a little bit.
If Ref sees 6 jump out, he's also going to try to jump out because he's trying to wrangle her.
Acrobatics.
Oh no.
You are tangled in that rope. Arguably more tangled as you try to grab Six.
Leo wants his hands free, but otherwise he'll stay.
Yeah, I
next to
mean,
Carto.
I assume the lasso was mostly around everyone's waist.
Correct.
All right. 6.
Okay, first I activate Tabaxi Dash, and then I standard action dash for a total of 120 feet of movement.
Okay, and then you stop because you can't get within out of 30 feet of range
Correct.
from
I run this
Navali.
way. Thank you, Navali.
No problem.
You can see her physically twitching, and then your body vibrates, and your mind becomes your own again, and you see the inky darkness in front of you and feel really relieved that you didn't run into that.
I don't know what you did, but thanks.
It's Lostra.
Hmm. Has everyone taken some damage?
I have not.
I have taken damage.
I have.
Everyone
I have.
except 6 is hurt.
Navali is not worried.
Can I choose to use an action as a bonus action and then also do a bonus
Nope.
action? Dang it.
Unfortunately, you cannot change them around.
Okay. In that case, I will attempt to bonk.
That's a hit.
And I guess I'll just Sacred Flame.
The Sacred Flame burns into it, but doesn't seem to actually do much lasting damage. Anything else?
That is all.
This time it doesn't seem to appear and disappear. It just points a single finger. First at Leo.
I'll assume that mirror image doesn't matter.
Mirror image does not stop the saving throws.
Okay. 31.
Oh, damn.
All right, so you only take 9 psychic damage. And then a second one at Karuto.
Oh, Lord. Wisdom save. That's a decent roll. Let's go. Bah.
12?
Your body locks up and you feel it being slowly dragged towards the wall. And the rest of you feel the tug of the rope stronger than Karuto physically can as you're all dragged towards that wall.
Navali can't attempt to use a strength to stop it.
It is unnaturally forceful. It is
Okay.
like being pushed by a truck.
Gotcha.
Hello, Rev.
Oh, I'm tangled up. We're all being dragged toward the wall. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm realizing how absolutely cruel unyielding Will is. Roll again, Karuto. Is until you
wisdom.
succeed.
Oh, okay.
Oh, each of your future turns. Never mind. We're good.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
End of
Doing
each
a
of your
double.
turns.
I'll happily roll again if you want me to.
Nope, it's not your turn yet. Go ahead, Reverence.
The first thing I have to do is get out of this. I suppose I'll try to cut the rope. I think that'll be easiest.
You only did one loop, so
Oh yeah, it's super easy to cut the rope if you want to. Granted, cutting the rope will probably let everyone free.
Does it require an attack roll?
It does require an attack roll, yes. Yes, a 30 hits a rope. I should note that you're actually using your sword, but that's fine.
Oh, that's right. I apologize.
Please roll the damage.
Did I reroll with the sword first to do that damage, or how?
Sure. We'll take the 30, but you snap that rope instantly. Karuto, if you could be upset by your rope, you might be, but you're too busy being paralyzed.
I'm still pretty upset. I just can't express it.
That was one attack, Rev. What else do you want to do?
That's a really good question. I don't know. Uh, not a lot I can do. I think Rev is going to stay where he is for now and get ready to move for the next turn in case he needs to like help attempt to grapple someone or something.
Okay. Navali.
All right. Karuto looks like he is getting dragged at that wall.
Yep.
All right. Navali is going to come up next to Karuto and be like, "All right, hold on," and she is going to swoop him up in her arms.
Amazing.
So you swoop up in your arms, and you have no issues in doing this, but it feels like you're pulling against an entire elephant. There is something really wanting you to push him towards that wall.
Yes. And she is going to just
I will need
run with him.
athletics to be able to pull him back.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
You are able to pull him back at half speed.
All right. I want to go 30. I think I can go.
Grabbing
15
him
feet?
is still an action for grapple, so you can go here easily. Yeah.
Yes, I would like to go there. So you see Karuto, or you see Navali just swoop up Karuto and like carry him over here, and all in the way, it's like, "I'm sorry if this is awkward. I just don't want you to hit the wall."
Character's eyes look grateful.
And then she is going to bonus action. She will bonus action heal Karuto as well.
Okay.
Take 7 points of healing.
Excellent, thank you.
All right. The green eye closes, and a shiny, completely white eye opens. Leo.
I'm still maintaining detect magic. Am I getting anything new from? You said there's 4 schools of magic, but I don't know if this white one is telling me anything particular.
So with everything else, you've been noticing that it's very similar to either charm or enchantment or abjuration. You get the feeling evocation's about to come out.
Leo will yell, "I think we need to spread out." And he will use that opportunity. I'd actually say as an action. As an action, he's going to start making the armory arm guard blade vibrate to turn it into a +1 weapon.
Yep.
And then as a bonus action, he is going to drop. He sheaths his gladius, and then he's going to bonus action to bring out the Thunderblade. Oh, is it considered dim or dark light in here for advantage purposes?
Strangely, it actually seems to have light, like pretty bright light.
Oh, that's right. We're glowing also. So
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Well, that's fine. I'll still bring that up as well, and that will be my turn.
Okay. Karuto, you're paralyzed, so let's just go to that saving throw.
Boop.
You are no longer paralyzed.
22. Do I still move the 10, by the way?
That's only if you fail.
Okay, cool. Oof, character
You are
relaxes and
just
no
in
longer
Navali's
super
arms.
heavy. There are far worse places to be. It's true.
6.
Liren says spread out. I believe him. I'm going to move slightly away from the walls and take the dodge action, preparing myself for whatever is to come.
Slostra.
Elastra will stay spread out as much as she can while not being near walls. Bonus action bonk.
That is a hit.
I can't divine strike on these, can I?
No, you cannot. It requires you to activate the actual attack.
And then I will take the dodge action.
Its body seems to phase in and phase directly in between everyone. Karuto, Navali, Reverence, I need you all to roll a dexterity saving throw.
You hear Karuto swear under his breath in a foreign language.
Karuto, you're going to take 0 from this.
Oh boy.
Take 37 force damage for Navali and Reverence and be shoved back 15 feet as a bright light shoves you towards the walls. It's like a wall of force that seems to shred everything around it. Karuto, you just use Navali as a shield, probably.
Rev is down.
Rev slams 15 feet down and is unconscious. And Navali,
So we're over here?
yes. Karuto, you dodge it, so you can stay right there if you want to.
Hell yeah.
Navali, I do need a concentration check.
Yes. I get advantage though.
You do.
Nice.
And you maintain aura vitality. Reverence, death saving throw. You can feel as if Rev is currently dying, Navali.
Bonus action, heal Rev.
Such a good spell.
It's a great spell. And then I am going to use I am going to use 15 points of healing on myself with my lay on hands as my action.
Okay.
So that's 15. Okay. And then I am going to do what Leo suggested and spread out.
As you think about spreading out, you notice its eyes, its white eye close, and now 2 red eyes open.
I realized I am closer to the wall. So 1 second, I'm actually going to backtrack for a second.
Totally fine.
There. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to go right. Here? Because I think, yes. Okay, I'm trying to stay
I'm well
within...
aware of how hard this was to measure. Trust me, it took me a while.
Yep. Okay, that is Navali.
Yeah.
So its eyes turn red, and so I noticed that you have the 2 icon. Is it different?
Instead of just 1 eye opening, 2 eyes are open. They're both red. It's
Attacking us based on what color of light is in its eyes, and then when it's white, it's area of effect. And Leo's going to charge in at this point. Going for Booming Blade as with the Armory Arm Guard. Ooh, I actually need to enable this so I have the +1. I'm assuming that's a miss.
As it misses, it spends its reaction. I do need you to roll me a strength saving throw.
Oh no.
As you swing at it, it suddenly seems to react. Its body seems to phase out of existence, and its hand suddenly goes around your throat, and it slams you into the wall.
Well, that's not good.
I take 27 necrotic damage.
Leo's down.
As it slams you into the wall seems to just eat Leo. Don't worry
He's
about
no
it.
longer visible.
He is no longer visible. That is for a future problem.
Well, I suppose it's the end of my turn.
Correct.
Well, shit. After seeing Leorin basically get chokeslammed through a necrotic wall, any kind of determination to attack has sort of faded. Instead, he's gonna glance to Navali and Celastra, and then move over and like firmly hold on to Celastra and be like, we can do this together. We've got this.
Celestra will look over and nod and kind of like hold her grip on whatever Karito's grabbing, or like grab his hand.
Would you allow me to take the aid action here?
Give advantage on whatever Celostra's going to deal with next. I'm totally okay with that.
Thumbs up. Let's go.
All right.
6.
I'd actually like to do the same, running in between Navali and Celastra and lending my aid to Navali, saying, I'm not going to let her get you.
Navali smiles and nods.
Celostra.
Okie dokie. With Karito's aid, I will cast a level 4 guiding bolt and hope it hits.
Unfortunately, a 14 does not, as it seems you just bashed it away.
Don't I have advantage?
Oh, I guess no, because the aid is to help you against a saving throw, not attack.
Oh, I misunderstood then. Okay. Oops. That is almost all before I bonus action spiritual weapon bonk.
That hits.
Apparently, I only roll 22s.
I mean, that spiritual weapon has done work.
It really
Mhm.
has.
I'm assuming that's the end of your turn?
Yes.
Navali, you first.
All
As
right.
it suddenly appears in front of you, its hand goes directly in front of your chest, and you feel unyielding force on you. Strength 7 throw with advantage.
All right. A 20.
You only take 11, and you get shoved back 10 feet. It then snaps its fingers and keeps pointing at you.
Oh, shit. God. Do I still get advantage?
No, it's only for the first one.
Oh, shit. Oh, 21.
Oh.
I take 13.
You take 13. I will need a con save for both of these, though.
Okay, Navali is looking real bad. Okay, 13. All right. 9. Let's see. Okay, con save for both. First one, 22. 13. Or
Oh.
24 and a 15.
You maintain both of them. And it simply disappears and reappears back here. Rev.
I mean, judging from what happened before and what it's probably going to be doing next, he's going to move. Have I stayed here for? Oh, it doesn't matter. Yeah, he'll move in a little bit and take the dodge action, I suppose.
Makes sense. Navali, how you feeling?
Navali's looking really bad. Okay. Okay. I am first going to cast the Aura of Vitality bonus action on myself. And so and then I'm going to do the same thing for 6. And I'm
You can't repeat Aura Vitality as an action.
No, I'm going to do the same thing that she did.
Oh, aid. That makes sense.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, I'm going to grab onto her and look the creature straight in the eye with a I don't know I can't think of the word. Whatever the move that it was using, the strength of will, she is showing the strength of will by standing by her friend to give 6 advantage.
As you do this, its eyes close and reopen with 2 blue eyes now. One second.
Ah.
All right. Leo, I'm going to need a death saving throw from you. That is 1 success. You rolled a
Right.
1d10, not a 1d20.
I did. Yeah, but yeah, okay. Well, that would be suicide, under most circumstances.
Weird,
Okay.
weird that it's worse, but 1 failure. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Garta.
Character is going to move over and aid Rev. Seemed to be pretty good idea last time. Just one hand on the shoulder, like more like a moral support this time, considering this thing doesn't seem to actually always do physical stuff.
You got this, Rev.
Yeah, Rev, you got this.
Hello, 6.
Can I brace Rev to give advantage on a second roll?
I'll allow it.
That's exactly what I'm going to do then. Staying close to Navali to receive her aid, I will give Rev a second tick of advantage.
Rev, you feel real supported right now. It's lost trip.
Okay. I'm sorry, did somebody aid 6 or only only Rev?
Navali's aiding 6.
In that case, another bonk.
That
hits.
is a hit. Spiritual weapon
What
seriously doing work.
Spiritual weapon just gonna solo a boss.
Bonk, 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 bonk.
Legitimately, it's done over 50 damage.
That's pretty good.
Best spell. And then I will throw out a Sacred Flame.
Seems to kind of ignore the fires around it, but clearly does do some damage.
Okay. And I'm going to move a little bit closer and tell Six and Rev to brace themselves.
Six. It suddenly appears between you and Rev, and it feels like dozens of hits suddenly start appearing all over your body. I'm just going to roll 4 times. Tell me how many hit.
3 of them.
Okay. You are going to take 22 damage and get shoved back 30 feet.
Did my thing help at all?
Oh, don't worry. That's part 2.
Okay.
I'm exactly at the wall, but have not been shoved into it.
Correct. I did the measurement myself.
Okay.
You're good. Now roll a charisma saving throw with advantage.
Thank you, Navali.
Yes!
And then reappears back over here. Hey, Rev.
Rev looks so panicked and he's gonna dodge. No, he's going to offer aid to Karito in the same way.
Navali.
All right. I am going to bonus action heal Rev.
Thank you.
And then Navalia is going to point her sword in the air. Let's see. And she is going to use aid.
Oh,
I'm going to use it on 3 targets. I'm going to use it on Rev. I'm going to use it on Six. And I'm going to use it on Karito. You all get 5 points of healing.
Whoa.
Actually goes
I
to your
should
max
say-
health, too.
Yes, so it's technically temp HP, but it's an extra 5.
It is not temp HP. It's a different thing. It actually matters.
Gotcha. Okay. So enjoy that extra 5.
The temporary plus 5 max HP. It's a weird distinction, but it does actually matter to say it that way.
Yes. And then I am going to I'm gonna move away because I know it. Or no, actually, I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna stay right here so that Karito can still get that +2.
Hmm.
And that is Navali.
Its eyes close. 2 green eyes. Another thing happens during layer actions right now. Give me 1 moment. Cool. Leo, you don't have to roll.
Oh boy, is that good or bad?
Don't know. Karita.
Oh god. Kaito is gonna take the dodge action to try and improve his chances of success.
Her dodge action 6.
6 will run up and also lend aid to Karito from behind.
Celestra, the only one doing damage.
It is time for more damage. Bonk.
Oh, spiritual weapon, go!
It's hit every single time.
All right. I'm gonna let you guys continue your support circle. I'm moving in.
Go, Celestra, go!
We're going for the big bonk.
Okay.
Just kidding.
As your hammer misses, I need you to roll me a strength saving throw as it immediately uses its reaction.
Uh-oh.
Grabs you by the throat and slams you into the wall.
No.
That takes 16 necrotic damage as it lets go and you manage to push out of the wall before it sucks you completely in.
Okay.
Anything else?
That will be all.
Before you can react, its body seems to just dissipate. It doesn't even give you time to actually swing at it as it suddenly reappears directly in front of Karuto. Hey, Karuto.
Oh god.
It's gonna test something you're not good at.
Oh god. What do you mean I'm not good at?
Well, you're not Leo.
I'm sorry, I'm a rogue. Oh, you also get advantage. 1 second. Because of aid.
12?
That
So I'm
is-
good at it, but the
that is a
dice
failure.
hate me.
So go ahead and roll that 2d4 for the distance, not the spell level removal, and take 16 damage.
Oh no, not my spells.
I'm taking yours because you rolled first. 4.
Yep.
So that would be 20 feet back. And then your mind gets clouded as you have to shake off another this.
Cool, I still get advantage because I got a second roll, didn't I?
The
A
cats
second aid.
both helped you, yeah?
Yeah, go cats.
And you managed to shake off that feeling of chains dragging you towards the wall. Thanks to your friends and all of that junk, I guess.
This is such a Kingdom Hearts boss fight.
Hey, Rev.
It really is.
Okay.
As it dissipates and reappears back at the top.
Rev, panting, knowing it, well, not knowing, but if it's gonna follow the same pattern it did before, and that's what Rev assumes it's gonna do, he's gonna try to spread out from everyone. Maybe there. And take the dodge action.
Makes sense. Navali.
Okay. It just did green. Navali is going to use her bonus action on herself. Okay. Sick. Okay. And then I am going to spread out some more. And I'm going to take the dodge action.
Can't imagine why. Its eyes open to white eyes. Don't worry about it, Leo. Karuto.
Because I have to know, and I have a rare advantage, or rare ally within range. Hopefully that isn't a terrible thing. Thwip.
15 does not hit.
Got a light.
It's below a 20. Let me check. That does not hit.
Okay. I tried.
Good news. It doesn't have a ranged choke slam reaction.
Okay, good, but also it doesn't have reaction anyway, does it? Oh,
It
I
hasn't
had
had
it done. Fuck.
It had its turn, yeah.
That was very risky.
A6.
So first I'm going to bonus action second wind. Then I'm going to walk forward into the center of the arena, take the dodge action, and try to taunt it into attacking me. Arms out. What are you waiting for? Hit me. Come get me. I'm right here.
Okay. Lastra.
Okay. I'm a little concerned. I'm gonna bonus action bonk. Jeez.
Oh, spiritual weapon.
Oops. Ignore the 7.
Why is it doing so well?
Never stops bonking. I'm going to shocking grasp. Eh.
As you reach your hand out to Shocking Grasp, that is still a melee attack, and immediately you feel your hand start to move and your throat clench up. Strength saving throw.
Yikes. Okay.
Just pushes you into the wall. For additional 19, but you manage to push out once again before it completely envelops you.
Hooray, not dead yet.
And then, just before you feel like it's going to shove you further in, his body dissipates again and reappears first here. 6 in rev, deck save. You have advantage, you're dodging. But 18 is actually a success. Rev, take 16. 6, take a full 32.
She's fine.
And as you say you're fine, you see it dissipate and reappear again over here. Roll another deck save, and Karato as well.
Exhale, let's go! Yes!
Karato, being a rogue is awesome as you take 0. 6, take an additional 14.
Ugh.
And it reappears back here, and all of its eyes close.
Oh shit, all?
Yes. Before its lair action even happens. Hey, Rev.
Rev's gonna look at 6, but warily just take the dodge action again, keeping his eyes on it.
Volley.
Uh, is 6 looking pretty bad?
She's down to about a third. She looks resolved to keep fighting.
Okay. How's Rev looking?
He looks pretty rough.
Okay. All right. Aura Vitality. I'm gonna do 2d6 on Rev.
Thank you.
Big old 7. um and oh god, I'm going to take the dodge action. I am going to move a little forward though.
You feel everything start to shake and lights start to brim, and then it opens red, green, and blue simultaneously as a third eye appears on its forehead. Karato.
Hello. He's gonna loose another desperate arrow at the thing.
No, 18 does. Oh, 26 definitely hits. It slams into its body and cuts through this tar and metal, and it doesn't even seem to mind.
I'm fairly sure attacking it does not do anything.
Oh, you definitely did damage.
Very little.
Anything else?
No. Actually, hold on, I'm going to move towards the center of the room. Because, safety.
6.
Okay. I'm going to walk toward Rev and attempt to grapple him to pull him toward the center.
Rev, do you let her do this?
Yeah, he's not gonna fight that.
I can move exactly here, bringing Rev right here. And then I'm going to action surge to cling to Rev and try to give him aid.
Sure. Slostra.
You're muted.
Sorry. Celestra will cure wounds herself real quick to hopefully not die. And we'll see how that goes. Radiant doesn't count. And then she's going to bonus action bonk. Never misses.
It really doesn't. I'm
Radiant
ignoring
doesn't
that extra
count.
6, but yeah.
And try my best to run away.
It doesn't take attack of opportunity.
Crazy. All right.
Okay. Gonna start with Navali, as it's gonna do a lot of things now.
Oh,
Navali, it pushes its hand forward.
okay. Oh, 25.
You only take 12 and are moved back 10.
All right.
Con save, obviously. You know how that goes.
Yep.
It fades in and then suddenly appears next to Celestra.
Oh, I lost it. Oh shit, or a vitality.
Celestra, con save.
Good
Oh,
luck.
sorry. Do. Con save.
Funny enough, that is actually a failure.
So I
Takes
take 16.
16. You move directly next to the wall, but are not pushed out. And I believe you're still conscious.
I am.
Suddenly-
According to my numbers, I have 13 left.
Yep, seems right. Suddenly disappears and reappears next to 6. Hey, 6.
Hi.
I'm doing the whole rolling 4 times. Tell me how many hit.
2 of them.
Can imagine which 2. You're going to be pushed back 20 feet.
Amazingly, 6 is still up.
It then simply turns, points at Rev. Rev, you feel like you're going to have to run towards a wall.
It only makes sense.
It then simply looks at Karato. Karato, in save.
And save. Boop.
Take 19.
Nice.
And let's see how
Oof.
far you've shoved back. Which is honestly fine. It then simply reappears back here, and all its eyes close once again. All of you are still conscious, and that is amazing to me. Hey, Rev.
The backseat dash. Here I go.
You run into the wall, and all of you just watch as the tar seems to eat him up.
No.
Navali.
Uh. So all its eyes are closed. My aura of vitality is gone, unfortunately. Um. One, two, three, four, 5. Navali is going to hold her sword up, and she is going to cast Bless at level 2, so she can target 4 people.
So everyone is
going-
blessed.
Everybody is #blessed.
As you cast your bless, it stares at you. You hear burbling from all around you, and the glass below you shatters. And as you blink, you realize you're still standing on solid ground. And within seconds, everything seems to fade into sand. And then you see bones around you, old bones. And as you look around desperately, you notice that Leo and Reverence are still nearby. Reverence currently breathing heavily and not doing well. But Leo seems to be stabilized, as you know, as Permelia has been administering first aid from outside wherever you just were. And we will end there for this session and pick up next time as your eyes twitch over to the side and you see a pearl simply laying on the ground.
Oh my gosh.
We did it.
Damn.
We did it.
Oh my god.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
That
Oh
was
my
one
god.
hell of an endurance fight.
Power of friendship.
My my heart literally dropped into my stomach when my con save didn't go off. I was like, ow!
I was like, if that thing opens its eyes one more time, I don't think any of us can take another hit.
That
Yeah.
being said, as I'm sure you're all excited, let's just make sure, are we good for next week?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Ah.
Let's wrap up here and we'll see the aftermath of all of this next week.
All right, thanks for coming to the stream, everybody.